Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. It is Captain Mad Love coming at you live and in person with yet another chapter from the Captain's Log. Right here from the Captain's Quarters, today we are going to do something a little bit special for you guys. Something a little bit different. Not necessarily what we're working on, because you've already seen what I was working on. Yes, Testy, definitely, Amber. Do take it saying what? Oh, good. Israel. Okay, don't listen to the giveaway. It's a liar. Let me see what the chat has to say. Let me go all the way back to the beginning and see what we got. I see Amber Firetail out there. And Cthulhu Art. Greetings. You met me at Gen Con a few years back, finally joining live to see this dragon get some love. Well, hello and welcome. You're always late to the party. That's okay. I'm always late to the boat. Always. Ooh, Tyranids. Yum, yum. That's some good fun. Mech Readiness. Hey, hey. What you doing? Hi, Captain Slaymore. So my really good news today for everybody who's out there is that Captain Slaymore popped back into my life. He is okay. He's just been taking a time out. Like with a lot of people, 2020 has been kicking some ass out there. Apparently, he's one of the ones that got his ass kicked by it. Let me see. Do I got myself centered here? Hold on. I'm going to try to get myself centered and level for you guys here so that I don't look like I'm crooked on the boat. You see the dog's play there. See the dog's nice play area over there? Hi, Juju. How you doing, sweetheart? How you doing? Let me make sure I'm scrolled all the way down here. There's that Venom out there. All right. Shredded. Yeah, okay, so it literally shredded his ass. And so he was out of the picture for a bit. You guys remember me reaching out and I was worried and everything, so we don't have to worry. There he is, our very own Captain Slaymore on board today, joining us for a little bit. It was so good to know that, you know, he's okay. There's just, you know, especially after the whole... so the person, the friend that I lost actually... What?
Cthulhu Art. From Gen Con.
As in Captain Slaymore's friend, Cthulhu Art?
Yep. Oh no, he's the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin.
The Hobgoblin. No, he said, Captain Slaymore says, yeah. Ooh! How, and you gained... At Venom, it's a rough world out there. It depends also on what you're streaming. Hello, Trader. How are you doing? What were you streaming, Venom? What were you streaming? Chris DeHart. That's his name. Oh my God. We could not remember that, guys. I was going through paperwork and sticky notes and everything. I was just after. So who passed was for bias, Captain Slaymore. And we were friends, and Star Wars Galaxies. Well, that's actually pretty popular.
Wait, Star Wars Galaxies?
Uh-huh.
Must have been on one of the Final Monsters. Because Star Wars Galaxies.
Hello, Wavy. How are you? Captain Slaymore is here with us today. So after the dad thing, which was followed by the for bias thing, I was a little out of sorts not being able to find you. So I'm looking through everything because I remembered Chris and all that you told me about Chris and talking to him at Gen Con. I was like, okay, but we could not remember his name. Like, it's just completely, I was going through like the bags that I'd emptied stuff from different places we'd traveled, and a Legends server. I'll tell him when he gets back. Oh, right. Hi, Ishan. How you doing? If I missed anybody, please shout at me again. I'm just a little bit pumped over here. Captain Slaymore got back a hold of me, and I'm just like, lifted. I feel so much better. Oh, how do you like that COVID weight, Captain Slaymore? I'm thick now. It's temporary, but I'm a little. Do you? Thank you. That's my Christmas hair. I'm glad you like it. I grew it out, but the thick is a side effect of, first of all, a lot of stress. I'll just say that, like the holidays, the COVID, my dad, for bias, it's just been wow. And then there was moving just before all of that, and then there was trying to get the house set up. We did like everything, pretty much a good portion of what we put into the house when we got it, we ended up putting into the house again. Like, I mean, I'm talking, and it was just a lot. And then we had all these appointments set with all these professionals to come fix all this stuff, right? And the thing with Dad happened, so we had to leave. So Geek decides when we get back, he's gonna have everybody come out and fix everything on the same day. Wow. Yes, for bias. But we are I am planning a vigil for him. I will let everybody know. Let's see. Blade Mark, hi. Your name is so dark. Can you change your name to pink, Blade Mark? I changed my screen colors to dark gray so that when I take pictures of my miniatures, they look bad in front of that blue, and the blue gives me a headache. Yeah, it has been something. So I didn't see the family yesterday. Hi, Paul B. Yeah, it has been a bit of an undertaking. So I meant Blade Mark. Did I say Captain Slaymore? I think I have Slaymore on the brain. You can change yours to pink if you want to, also Slaymore. So my responsibility is giving the information to the community. So none of the family knows anybody in the community. We were friends IRL, and some of his family has met me. So my part in the whole picture is to take care of what the community needs to know. So I did not meet with the family yesterday. It turns out that it's very overwhelming, as you guys know. Well, hello, Diana Benson. How are you doing? And good afternoon. Yeah, but I don't think you shout that out.
Okay.
Much better Blade Mark. Because sometimes people don't, you know?
Yep.
Yes, so the family is very overwhelmed right now, and they're dealing with a lot. And so what I did do is I did contact the sister-in-law, who is, so the sister that's married to Fabius's brother. I am in touch with her. Oh, you might want to go back in and do that, sweetheart. We only have a few people here right now. But yeah, there you go. That's my girl. Oh, thank you so much. Shane Ellis, thank you. That's really cool. I've never seen one of those before. That's different. Yes, I can see you, Wavy. Well, you know, I actually knew you were the only blank one, but I couldn't see Blade Bark either. So the good news is that I'm in touch with the sister-in-law. The bad news is that right now, her husband is suffering with his health things, and she's very overwhelmed by the whole experience. So she's going to keep in touch with me, and we will make an appointment to go meet and fix. And look at what it was. Is Fabius used to be a chef, and I also was a chef, and he had some chef gear that he wanted for the cooking channel, that he wanted to offer up for the cooking channel, and some of it may have survived the fire. Now, the other piece of news that I got that you guys might want to know, in case anybody didn't hear, is he did not suffer in the fire. He was not burned. Just to let you guys know. Good morning. Good morning, Travis. Good morning. In my chat. Looks like Travis is coming through on Facebook. No, Wavy, not everybody. Oh my God, Wavy, you are such an instigator of trouble. Trouble, my friend. Okay, no, Wavy. Yes, that's Baby D. Now, no. Don't do it, you guys. No, I know he's an instigator of trouble. He's the trouble instigator. And we got to figure out how to make mods on all the different channels, so we don't know how to do that yet. Okay, so what I was going to work on with you guys today was this dragon. And what I was going to do for you was actually something that normally I would do for a Patreon. And I thought that perhaps this is a much bigger project than I was working on. Perhaps you guys, and I guess it would help too if I took the glasses off so we know that you guys are in focus. Okay, that works, Blade Mark. I can see you. I can almost see. No, you don't. No. Wavy's being a butt. I don't want everybody to change to pink. I just wanted it a little bit lighter. I just said pink off the top of my head. I just wanted Blade Mark a little bit lighter so I could read his name because he was fading into the background. I can almost see Eb Venom's, and then Wavy's was black, so he faded into the background also. I do not want everybody to change to pink. Don't even listen to him, Venom. He's just trying to start a riot. Oh, Which one would that be, Amber Firetail? I understand the feeling. It has been a heavy. I have to wait on my whatever the process is that I will be going through is going to be a little bit of waiting. I have a responsibility.
Welcome aboard the Black
Thank you
Pearl.
so much, Shonaf, for that follow. Wow, Shonaf, I thought you were already following. Okay, hang on, baby. Right, can be good. Hello, Agu, and welcome back. Hi, Midnight. No, Wavy. Oh, Wavy. Okay. On the 28th of December, Baby D, Forbias's house caught fire. They made it out of the house. He lived with his aunt. They made it out of the house safely, but Forbias was off of his oxygen for a length of time, and he took a fall outside of the house. And it was his end of the house that the fire caught. By the time that his aunt heard the alarm and got up, Forbias had already made his way to the front room. She doesn't know how long he was without his oxygen, nor how much inhalation there may have been. The fire department got there. She had to stay with the house. She was under instruction to do so. And Forbias was rushed to the hospital. He did not make it. And that is what I know at this time. The other portion, you guys, is that the toxicology report? Toxicology report takes up to 6 weeks. So I will not know the actual cause of death until the family knows. So they have informed me that it could be a good 3 months or more before I actually know that. But that as soon as they will know, they will let me know. Yes, Baby D, it has been, it's been rough. It's because right about the time I thought 2020 was kind of behind us and we were moving forward, what happened is that she reached out to me in my messenger, but my messenger for my business doesn't give me my messages on time. So I found out after the new year. Oh, Amber, tell Kraus that I send my love and I understand. He can jump in the Discord if he wants to chat with me, like, you know, I get it. It has been a very overwhelming year, and I will be let Kraus know that I will be putting together a vigil, and then we are going to decide what we're going to do in reference to a community project, okay, that will include many of the friends and artists that we have online. I just have not, I have to first talk to the family, which I got that worked out, and then I next have to talk to a couple sponsors. I really do appreciate you checking in on Kraus, Amber. That is really nice of you. Thank you. That is much like, I mean, our relationship with Forbias was here locally. The only thing I can say about probably the wonders of the whole thing is that before Christmas, Geek and I went out there and we gave him the Lord of the Butterflies that Brush for Hire had made, and he gave me, I named him Mac for Bias, the attack turtle, and he gave that to me to put on the diorama as part of our diorama for our ships and our crew. I will probably be commissioning a very specific artist to do his pirate for me. One thing that he had him, but he did not get him done was his little guy that goes on our boat. So, yes. Okay, Baby D. I haven't seen you guys. I can only assume that you guys have been really busy. I reached out because I was concerned. When there's just a little too, right now, I guess I got a little bit of PTSD, I guess you could say. Just a little bit. Hello, Captain Lady Gray, my sweet thing. How are you? And how is the new place feeling? I did get that right? You recently moved into a new place. I feel like my makeup looks a little orange today. Does it look a little orange? No? I don't know. It looks like I got dirt on my face, I think. Yeah. Well, whatever. The main thing is the mini looks good. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm really happy to hear that. It always makes me feel good. All right. So, okay, a little bit there, a little bit. Okay, so I will put together an event, and we will make sure we do it enough in advance that you guys are able to put it on your calendars. I have to decide what we want to do, and then I have to reach out to a few artists and decide, hi, Zelius. Actually, she said toxicology in the text. Yeah, no, it is the autopsy. And in the autopsy, Zelius, they ordered a toxicology report. So they did. So there's a guy, he does the autopsy, right? So the person who's doing the autopsy ordered a toxicology report on him to determine some portions of this. Those details I am not aware of other than what she is telling me, but that is the word that she used. And that it could take up to 6 weeks to get it, and that they may not hear anything for 3 months. So that. But you are correct. Is the examination of the deceased individual correct? But the mortician? The medical examiner ordered a toxicology report on him. Correct. So, Ed Benham was talking to you about which one he was playing. Which one of the Legion? Legion, he said. That was it. Right, but Legion something is what he wrote in there. I just gotta put a little bit more moisture on my palette here. I left it out last night. All right, so we're gonna do some different things today, and we're gonna do this like kind of tutorial style, but I'm not really very smooth in my tutorial, so feel free to interrupt. Ask questions, all that good stuff is still open and on the table. Oh, it's not. If you could make sure Ultraviolet Marbles is loaded and updated, and its stream captains is up. Okay, thank you. Battle's got 10 minutes if you guys want to get in on the battle. How are you doing, Zelius? How are things? Did everybody get to see that picture of Brush's new studio that he's putting together? I'm so excited. Makes me feel excited for our new studio. You need my chat.
I need the scope. Bring your chat over here. Please.
Hang on, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, I can't see you now.
Hang on.
I'm blind. Ah. I have little people on my desk. You want to see them? This is Dave's mini art. This is his guy on our boat. We got a little deck he made out of matchsticks. Isn't that beautiful? It's all cracked and weathered. It's awesomeness. That's Dave's. And this is Valandar the Red. And let's see, I also have, let me see. I have some friends. These were painted for me by Big J. Make sure I got these names right. Yes. Yes, Big J. This is Big J. He's heavy, it's metal. It's heavy metal. This is a little companion for the captain. He sent this one to Geek, but we can't make it to Geek because this is the captain. Although we could in a fantasy world, you know, I could imagine Geek smaller. Okay, I love the metal he did on her boots. Pretty, huh? I love the color she chose for the hat too. And that bright red hair. Oh. It flipped around the other way. It's got a nut loose. Oh, what? No, actually, it's not. She's not down here right now. What's behind me? Hi, Misko. Oh, if you were looking at what's behind me, that is actually Hemi's bed. And her babies, all of her babies all over the floor and her bed. She always has a messy baby spot. I was actually just sending pictures of that to my best friend this morning. Oh, the little companion. No, we're going to get a dachshund. We're going to get a dachshund for that. We've got to have a dachshund on board. What's that? The R?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we were working on the wings, if you remember correctly, right? And then this one is very, very close to done. It even got the some of the highlighting put on it. And then this one, we have to make look like it. You know, if you notice, when you look at it, you'll see that the green that we have dominating on this wing here isn't on this one. And that is the Emerald Nightmare by Turbo Dork. And that was actually something that Dark Virtue had on his desk, and we thought we'd give it a try. Oh my goodness, Juju. Like, you should see the upstairs. There's 2 toy boxes and toys. She played for about an hour yesterday and just tore out all the toys and squeaked all the toys and brought, oh, she had a party. A couple of them yesterday. But she's a good roommate. She's very sweet. Yes. Wait a minute. Captain's brain. Where is that? Pixie's card. Did I get a card in that box?
Yeah.
Where is that? Hold on just a minute. Wait a minute. Let's go over my- No, it's recently. Wait a minute. Pete, you told Wavy I got.
We got a card.
I don't think so.
Oh, we did.
I got a card from Pam, and I got a card from the vet clinic.
Oh, we got a swing.
I haven't seen it. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I would stick on my desk, especially when it comes, a youngster. I don't. Yeah, right. I know it. I think he's mistaken. I think that he might have. So I got a box from Stinger. And then we got 2 cards, one from the vet clinic and one from my stepmother. So and that's the kind of thing I would put in my studio. Like, I still have my birthday card from Baby D in the studio. Baby D sent me, and I still have that birthday card in here. Usually that's the kind of thing I stick in the studio. I don't see anything stuck in the weird place, you guys. And I don't think there's any unopened mail. I don't think, no. Yeah, it's gotta still be in the mail, unless, like, if Geek picked up the mail and it's in the car and I just haven't received it, because I would have to be like really forlorn. And I mean, I will admit I have been a little bit like that, but I don't think there's any unopened mail upstairs. But I know I'm gonna love it when I get it anyway, because I like cards. I do. I love when people send, handwritten, words are hard, handwritten sentiment. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. And I still have Baby D's birthday card here somewhere. I still have this thing that Jacob Jansen right on my desk. So all these little things I keep around me for inspiring. See? I still have that on my desk. Those things inspire me. I love when people do that. And I really want in this year to have more time to do that more for people because of how I feel about it. I have to admit, I think it's just a little bit runny, this color, but it worked up pretty good on the wings. We wanted to get a little bit more of that green depth. You can see it on that one, and that's because I came in with the green and touched up the wing a little bit more. So let's talk about the dragon for just a minute and the different aspects of it. So a dragon has, you know, his wings, and depending on what style of dragon you get will depend on the style of wings, and those wings are going to need a lot of contour. One of the things that gives the dragon life and gives air to the wings is the contour, the shadows and the highlights, and getting some, like, we actually have to go onto the back and get more. We've got lots of dark, but we've got to get lifted a little light in here to give the depth that these need, the contrast they need to give that perspective that we want when we see it. Also to make him look, you know, gnarly when he hits the table. Really, Misko? Wow. Now I have, actually, that's the thing, is I actually keep a box of them for every occasion. I used to send cards all the time. My dad was a card maker when I was a kid. So, which really, I got to tell you, was really cool. His wife sent us a Christmas card, and she did it the way my dad does it every year. So my dad, he prints it out on the printer. Not, he didn't used to. He used to silk screen them all and do all that hand gluing and crazy stuff like that, and calligraphy and everything on them. But she printed out a picture, a personal picture, and made it into a card like my dad's been doing for years since he gave up the card business. And it was just awesome. It was so awesome to get that. All right, so here what I've done before we bring these scales upward is I've developed his color base. So we've got a lot of green and deep browns in the shadows because he is mostly a red dragon. So that gives a really good complementary aspect, that adding that green gives more depth to it, leaving the highlights all a little bit brighter red, and then dusting them, doing a little overbrushing on the highlights with, actually, that's Bubblegum Crisis. When you apply it with the brush, it comes out gold like that. So we stuck with that. I was hoping it was going to be pink, but what I did is, that was when you apply it with the brush. Now what I did is I went and applied Bubblegum Crisis with an airbrush, just to let you guys know. If you apply it with an airbrush, it actually does turn pink. On the front here. You'll notice the beak right under here, I applied it with a brush and it's more gold. So when you apply that color with a brush, for some reason, it comes out gold. That's also the color that's on his wings, is Bubblegum Crisis. That gold you see? Good afternoon, Dextrous. How are you? Wow, he just played that battle and boom. The other thing about the Emerald Midnight is it separates really quickly, you guys. So, we are going to take, where is my brush? Where's my goat brush? A brush missing. Brush down, brush down. Interesting. Always on my desk. I don't even let that one get very far. Interesting. I do not like when these things happen. There's another one. I was filming the other day though, and sometimes I move things that are not going to be used. Wow, that's kind of crazy. I'm a goat hair.
Your goat hair?
My goat hair brush missing. But it's not one of the ones. It's not one of the three. Micro Furball. Hello. You know, it's a Turbo Dork color. It does. The cat ate it. You know what? No, we don't have a cat. You and me think about that. Hi, Turbo. How you doing? Oh, Bubblegum. It is an anime? Oh, well, it's actually a also a turbo dark color, and I was just explaining to people that it's interesting when you apply it with an airbrush, it turns pink, but when you apply it with a brush, it's very gold. Hang on just a minute, let me check my other stations, you guys. I don't think I was using it though at the airbrush station. Let me check the floor. It's got a white head. It's about as much as I can give you. It looks like a makeup brush. It looks like a makeup brush with a, the handle is black. There it is.
Found it.
Right where it's supposed to be, it's backwards. The goat's head is facing the wrong direction. Yes, this is, I put it on a piece of foam so it was nice and black in the background. Oh, it's no. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's just a foam board from.
It's just foam board from the dollar store. Okay, so we are discussing building up the dragon's effects right now. So the first thing that I did was I did this wing here, and this is, so this wing, this particular wing has light in this area coming across from the other wing. This underside is going to be darker. This wing is the one that's on the light side, so we definitely need a lot more highlight right up here and more highlight underneath here. Okay. What a concoction you're making?
Water.
Oh.
Yep.
Now, one of the things I will do is put the dragon together so I can look at those highlights as they're coming into, after I get them built to a certain point, I put them together and then I can kind of see where all my highlight points are going to be. Now I've still got some overbrushing to do on his scales and such, so for right now I just need to make these 2 points that come together kind of equal in color. Similar to balancing spots on something. It won't be identical, but I actually thought about making a pattern on his wings and then thought, well, we'll do that on the next one. And this one we'll just focus on building up the dynamics. Thank you very much, Micro Furball. So we're about ready to, this is a brush I had formulated. This is goat hair, shaped like a makeup brush. And I use it for a lot of metallics when I'm doing a little bit of, you can use it for dry brushing too, but when I'm doing a little bit of the metallic rubbing. Now I mean, this looks like blue over here. It's not. This is that green. Okay. And we're just going to kind of match up the areas so we get this green equivalent. It's a light touch. It's similar to dry brushing, but what you're doing is you're using a little bit more product on the brush than you would be if you're dry brushing. And you're going to go back and forth and back and forth. And what that does with metallic is that makes it lie down. When the metallic lies down, even if you just go one direction, when the metallic lies down, you get more metallic, a more metallic look, a more metal look. Okay, so now we kind of make those 2 wings up. And then we're going to go on the inside. Now, this is actually going to look kind of bright on the inside. We've got to remember this is the side of the light. So let's put it over here. Light on the right. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Slaymore. And then we're going to come in here, all right, and we're going to use the green, and we're going to do these areas where the light will be coming in. So we're going to go light's coming down. The green is the darker color, but I'm still going to put a little bit in those areas. I got to make that metallic lay down to get that glossy effect. It's kind of like dusting in a way. And if you go the opposite direction of the divots, it'll only catch the tops of the divots. But what this is going to do is it's going to add some of that metallic green into his shadows. And now can you see the difference on the two? Right? We're going to go to the other side and we're going to do something similar. Okay, you got to remember this is the side with the light on it. So on this one, want to get that tight up in the armpits, so to speak. The green. Going the opposite direction will give me that that brush is going to just touch these raises that create this texture on the inside of his wings, and I want that. We've already painted those. If you remember, can you see it now? You see that? I know you can see that. The light really helps. Really, really softly. The bristles on this brush are super, super soft. Like they're very pliable. They're also real hair, so that helps in the pliability. Now, can you see all that texture that we just built? Right? All that texture we built out here, we're gonna build it. We're gonna get a little bit of this green, and we're gonna use it down here in the area where the shadows are, to build a little more texture. Going the opposite direction of those shapes. They're like little divots. Okay. And we're not even adding any necessary spots or discoloration or anything on his wings. We're actually just working with what the designer made. The next one I'm hoping to do like some crazy spots and stuff. All right. Now, we're going to shift that up. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to get the highlights on these. Now, the very last highlights we're going to want to build with it all intact. That way we can really catch those crispy, glistening places that are coming in. And he'll be all put together so you'll be able to see it better. Pokey Guy got lost. Dragonheart would be disappointed in me. Pokey Guy is like really, he's gone somewhere. It's such a bummer. That was one of the #1 tools I used at my desk too, was Pokey Guy. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit of the Bubblegum Crisis, which if you remember, when applied with the brush is generally gold. So you want to make sure to get all the moisture off. This is the light side, so light on the right. I'm working on the light side here. Light coming down. We're going to do a little bit of over brushing, so I'm going to use a flat. I actually might be able to do it with the side of this. So you want to hit it really light. This is where the light's coming in. And in this case, I'm kind of doing a half round. I'm picking up those textures. You see that? Let me see if this works better for this. A little overbrushing with that. Do you see that? I'm going to do a little bit of metallic rubbing. Get a little bit more of that on the brush. A real soft touch. Going with the contour of the wings. And it's adding a little bit of gold. You'll see it when I put them side by side. You want to get right along that edge. You want to get that edge real good. You don't want to get too much moisture on the brush. You don't want to get too little. It's a balancing act, really. And I'm going to come in here. A little bit of contour. Now this is actually dry brushing, so I'm reusing a much drier brush, but then I'm going to metallic rub it to get that metallic to lay down.
This starts the diorama 3 inches, right?
Of what?
So like the diorama of the ship. The lecturer was asking what size meaning for the diorama of the ship.
Oh, yeah, maximum height was yeah, the maximum height. Nobody was to be over 3 inches, and if they were 3 inches, then they were a giant. A little bit more paint on the brush here. Developing a little. All right, now take a look. See the gold? On this one. Now, this one being the opposite side, we're going to do a lot less. A lot less. I still want to get these because it's just helping them stand out a little bit. So very, very lightly. You can use this other brush so that you can just hit the tops on that using a flat. But basically I'm using his design where he's already got areas that are raised. And a little more out towards the ends, because that would be the area that would catch the light the most. And we're going to use another color for that too. My theory is maybe a little bit on this part, because that's going to kind of be where the light comes through the wing from this side. So you get a little bit there, but maybe not too much down here. But we'll do a tiny, tiny bit. Again, just to lift those designs that are in the wings. Just a little bit to get a little bit of that contour popping there. I'm going to a little bit on the little. Okay, now you're going to see the difference in the two wings, right? This is the light side. When we flip them over, again, this is the light side. So when he's flipped, most of the light will be catching this area here. Put out some more Bubblegum Crisis. There you are. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Got excited with the paint there. That's right. It is what it is. And the Bubblegum Crisis, I don't really know that the Bubblegum Crisis will be a replacement in the studio. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is catch the edges. This one facing the light. Now this one as well, so the part that's going to be facing the light is going to be this edge here. So we'll come in and we'll get that edge right there. Okay, so the sun will come across that. Now on that side, right, we're just going to have, you can kind of see where the gold areas that are built already are. So one thing for sure. Hi, Paul. Oh, I see another dark name. Where are you going? Oh, you're stealing the chat again, you guys.
Maybe here.
Hi, Maybe here. I can't see your name. It's so dark purple, it just blends right in. Welcome. Okay, so now we're going to catch light coming across, and we're going to catch this area here, and we're just going to pick these areas up that were already gold and really make that gold stand out, okay? And you want to go the opposite direction of the shapes, and you want to touch really, really lightly. I call it butterfly kisses. Yeah, that works. Tiny bit right here, but not just a little scribble. Okay, you're just making a, you really want that light focused up where the light's coming in on the wing. All right, then on this one, this is going to be the one actually facing the light. We're going to approach that similar, but because the light is on this side, his wings are up kind of high. Chances are that light is not really it's going to be hitting more underneath of here almost than it is over there. You definitely want to get a really good shiny on this front edge, because that's going to really be getting the light. And this right here, yeah, we're really going to be getting a lot of light there. As the brush dries off, it'll start to perform differently, more like a dry brush, and we don't want that with metallic. You got to be careful with that, or it'll look pithy, as people call it. You know, it looks like frosted. All right, so this front edge we want to catch really soft. I kind of hold the brush at an angle so that the side of the brush will get the striations more heavily in some areas than others. I am taking a good portion of the paint off on the paint palette. I mean I'm sorry. The towel I have here, paper towel. I'm going to get in there with a slimmer brush. We're going to kind of catch this to the top here. Notice how it makes those striations stand out really good like that. I'm going to come all the way in over the green, unlike the side that doesn't have the light. So you can kind of see that little bit more light that this side is getting. But I'm catching the top part here more than the underneath part. And what that is doing is creating a really good contrast. Now wait till you look at it. See? Okay, so now I'm going to get a flat brush here. And what I'm going to do to help them stand out is I'm going to do a little over brushing. So when I overbrush, I kind of lay the brush at a side. You can, I'm using a flat. And what that does, hold on just a second. What that does instead of clean up a little bit of metallic from the side, I actually can come in there with a nice dark color. What that does is that makes all those little bumps show up by doing that. And you want to go the opposite direction that the scales go. The trick to overbrushing is not letting it get into the recesses and holding your brush sideways. Okay? I don't really know that. I'm just telling you the way I was taught, so I don't really know if, like, you know, that would be agreeable to all people, but that's the way I was taught. All right. Now you can see the difference in these two wings. Let's put them side by side so you can see light side and dark side. See how the gold reflects heavier on one side than the other? I'm going to go ahead and come in here with a little bit of the metallic and catch these scales that are running down the middle. I'm also going to come in here again and pick up the sides with a really nice dark color to make sure I pick up these shadows really good. Now remember that your crew member is when you've been here for a year. It's important that you know. That's one of the things we do is we will place them on the diorama once you guys have been here once we get to that 1 year point. Oh, maybe here. That's much better. That's much better. All right, so once we do that, now I'm going to get out my age-old favorite, right? That would be, let me make sure I got it, Payne's Gray. I tried to use burnt umber the other day. I don't know what I was thinking, okay? And we're going to take a real skinny brush, a brush that has a fine tip, and we'll lay a fine line. Right beside these areas that have deep crevices, I'm going to lay a line of Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray is pretty close to one of the darkest colors that I use when I'm shadowing. I think they call this pin shadowing. And then I will also do it on each of these. And what that's going to do for me is that's going to really make these areas that are metallic stand out super strong. Just wait till you take a look at it. It really sets the shadows back and allows the all that work that you've done on the highlights to stand out. You don't have to do this on everything. I do this on big creatures. I kind of like you know, pin shadowing a lot. I tend to really dig it, so anytime I can do it, I'm down. Ink is dangerous. Just to let you know, you want to be careful with your inks. This is a synthetic brush that I am using, and it's got a really fine tip on it. This is one of the brushes that I recently recommended to Dark Virtue that I got from Dick Blick. Okay, now you can see if you look at the two wings, something else that'll really make it stand out is if you want to go in between every one of those little areas and make a little gray spot, it'll really make these little ridges pop up. But you can see, if you look at it, when you look at how the wing goes down, it kind of changes the vibrance. Now, sometimes in some areas you might need more than one layer. Ink is transparent. And metallic is powerful. So sometimes going back and going over it. Now, what you do get, though, is a little bit of that metallic effect in the background of your shadow, which is actually really nice. I don't particularly like gloss, and yeah, that looks really good. But see how much deeper the recesses on this one look than this one? Oh no, they're still in the building. They're still in the building. We ended up having to turn. No, that crashed and burned, and then nope, decided that that wasn't going to happen. And then he ended up changing jobs and whatnot, and so that didn't happen. So we reached out to some professionals. Geek started on it, and time didn't really allow, so we reached out to some professionals, and to be honest with you, they haven't got back with us either, so it's still sitting there. There's a whole area of carpet cut out behind us. The desks are partway built. Geek started on the desks and made some pretty good progress on the desks. But we are definitely behind. We couldn't get to the resin room project because we don't want to start that until the mess from the first part, the studio is cleaned up, because that would just be like a whole lot of mess, right?
Not successful, but it's up and running.
Wow. Okie doke. Well, we have a 3D printer up and running.
Kind of. Geek still sucks at it.
Ooh, that smells good.
Yeah, Captain likes it because it's stank.
That smells yummy.
Fix the supports.
I apologize. Have I taken Sudafed, Geek, today?
This morning.
All right. And we'll get this one. This is a little bit tedious, I'll admit, but I find it well worth the time spent. The more you do it, the faster you'll get. I can say, if you get a natural hair brush for it, when you're first learning to do your pin shadowing, a natural hair brush will follow the lines. But I find that a synthetic brush stays where you want it to, like if you're doing long strokes like this. The natural hair goes right in the groove that you're following, though, which is really nice. I find natural hair brushes really cooperative in that way. But once you get really good at it, I think that getting a good synthetic brush, the nice thing about a synthetic brush, well, if you don't go out of the lines, nice thing about a synthetic brush is that it's got a real good snap back on the tip. So yeah, there's that. Oh, I gotta get this side on all these too. Move that out of the way. Also, if once you put the model together, there's a particular view, you might want to consider sometimes getting into where the view is and thinking about those lines as well. So like one of the things on this dragon is that you see his wings from the top. So hitting these striations in his muscles and everything and making sure it's got really good strong highlights there is going to give him a lot more dimension visually when you're looking at him just sitting on the table. This is where the natural hair would be nice because it just follows all the little heart-shaped lines and everything. Oops, sorry, I'm a little off camera there. It's pretty big guy, pretty big guy. I'm going to follow this one too. I'm going to get that one on the other side too. Yeah, so we're still working on the studio sleigh. Slowly. Yeah, so we actually were behind on that because we had to move and everything. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting. We have definitely stuff planned for the crew and for the captain. It's gonna come off there. Scroll down. The Dickosaurus. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Okay, so for the most part, I gotta make sure my brushes are rinsed though. I tend to forget if I get using too many brushes. For the most part, the wing, except for the really, sorry about the camera, guys. Snoopy, hi. How are you? How is my little angel weenie doing? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year! The Dickosaurus is traditional. We're a naughty bunch in here, Snoops. I'm just saying. It's Naughty Bunch Pirates. You might see a whole nother side of me that you don't like. Hi, K-Sauce. How you doing? Okay, so now that we've got, one of the things that we might want to do, like on the light side, you don't have to, but you can see where you got a ridge here. And some of the metallic got into some of those recesses, but to be perfectly honest with you, chances are nobody's going to notice that. So, I mean, if it was a competition piece, we might go there. Now, one of the things that we do want to do is we do want to get all the little bone pieces painted now, and I'm going to...
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
I do want to paint all the little bone pieces. His little talons, which we will come back and we will alter how they look. But for right now, we're going to paint them all olive flesh colored. That way they are ready for the rest of their shaping and coloration. And these guys, we just want to get... It's going to look a little weird at first. How's things, Dave? Captain Slaymore is in the crowd, Dave. We found us a Captain Slaymore. Well. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are doing good. How's that little weenie doll of yours doing? Ours is doing really good. She just got her 13-year checkup, and Doc said she is as fit as a fiddle. He said if we didn't know her age, we wouldn't know her age. I decided that going with a nice bone color on these would be very much contrasting to what else we're doing. So we will be adding some brown You know how I like to do the teeth and the talons and everything. So we will definitely be adding some brown and probably some gray, but for right now we're just going to leave them flat and olive flesh colored, which will give us the visual of the contrast that we want. You see how good that looks with all those little guys like that? That gives you like a whole nother perspective on it. And then in the bases, you'll notice they're kind of red around the bases of those. So we'll come back in and touch those up later. Oops, sorry you guys. The chat doesn't scroll with me. Oh, she is good. That is really good to hear. That is really good to hear. Did she enjoy her Christmas and get lots of new babies? Hammy got new babies for Christmas. In fact, we still have some in a bag in the pantry. I've been kind of giving her a little, you know, one every once in a while. All right, so, and this is part of building the dimensions of the dragon, is like trying to decide where you're going to put your complementary aspects, as well as, you know, the things that you want to create the contrast so that you can get volume. And I will tell you, to be honest, I feel like I'm gonna have to pump up the volume on his body a little bit, because these metallic wings, although I really like them, they look kind of like super sexy dragonfly wings or something. They are having the color on the dragon, although a complementary color. So the wings are primarily green and gold, the body primarily red and black. I feel like we're going to need to flatten the dragon's skin a little and bring out the red a little bit more, which is going to be easy enough to do with a glaze. All right. So you see how those turned out? Now those are all waiting, but you see how that kind of added this extra level of intensity. You could, if you really, really wanted to, you could go through here and you could just take a little bit of that bone color and you could turn all of those into bone as well in the centers. Even, you don't even have to go like pure white. You could try another color and it would definitely make the intensity of the bones on the dragon stand out more. Or these scales that are here. Maybe not the same color as the bone, but maybe like a lighter color than the wings, maybe not metallic. I like the way they are right now. And until I'm done with the other parts of the dragon, I feel like that's a really good place to be. All right, now on this guy, let's see. The first thing we will do is we will address the face. So one of the things that we're doing today is, oh, you know what we'll do so they can dry while we're waiting? Let's do his nails. Ha ha ha. His claws. That way these can dry. This is a terrible, terrible color to get drug all over your dragon. Did you do the Battle Geek?
Did the first one.
When I get done with all the highlights, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring out the scales in the highlighted areas on this guy. And when I get done with all of that, then I'll decide what we're gonna do with all of his talons. Oh, that after they did knee surgery and reconnected my oh, what do they call that? Yeah, ACL on the left leg. I had trouble with that too. And actually, I exacerbated it because at the time I did a lot of rollerblading. And that constant outward push. I mean, as soon as I could get back into those rollerblades, I was back into them. And I guess I didn't help myself out by doing that at all. When I do the toenails that are touching the ground or the rock or whatever, these usually end up a lot darker. And I also don't paint like all the way to the ground, because in reality it's going to be pretty dark down by the ground. Hopefully this is in focus for you guys. This is just getting all those little talons and bones. Nothing really exciting about this, but it is going to give me an idea of, you know, like what color do I want to make them, especially on the hands. I don't think it's as important on the feet. We'll probably go with a dark color because we don't want to take away from, you know, the rest of the model. And our focal point being his face and wings. Mostly on this guy, I think, is his wings. But this kind of, it just kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of some stuff that you don't want to forget. That's one of the reasons I will also get them painted in, because I can be, oh yeah, and I love to paint the teeth and bones, and then if it's a last minute thing, I really get involved with that. So I find that blocking them in draws my attention to them. I forgot them on a pig or something that I painted recently. And then I was like, oh. I got all sexy with it. All right. Now we kind of got his teeth already worked in, which was really good because I kind of wanted to see the dynamics of his face. All right. Now we've got his talons. And his toenails. And his teeth. I do a little bit of over brushing again. That's where I turn the brush sideways and just drag it over an area that has recesses. Sometimes I just use the side of the brush if it's a real short area and just tap. We're going to come back and add more to that, but it does help to make them stand out so we can see what we're doing. He's got some beautiful fangs. We call those canines on a dragon? Incisors? Perhaps incisors. Well, hello, Valfera. Good afternoon. Wherever you want to be, Valfera. Wherever you want to be. Subscriptions are Patreon. So today we're doing a little bit of Patreon examples of some of the things that we're going to be teaching in the Patreon. Not necessarily this specific thing, but right now we already finished the wings, Valfera. Almost. I mean, we got to come in with some highlights. And we've got to finish the talons on it. And I'm still really considering maybe that really dark shadow in between each of these. I don't know. I'll have to see what it looks like when we get those the really intense highlights in there. Hi, Kraus. How are you doing? Oh, I am too, Captain Slaymore. When you saw the... There, Dio, there you. I did not have a chance to contact you before I went live. He literally contacted me in Discord 5 minutes before I went live. All right, so we are going to attack this area of the... So once we get the part under all the shadows done underneath, we could probably attach this and you know, glue it and be safe. I had it open so that we could get to his mouth. So we could get to the tongue, which we're going to put a little bit of color on right now. I'm going to take the tacky out of here, which is how I had his head attached so I could see what I was doing. Yeah, it's been something for a lot of people. This I think that, you know, there's still a little bit to go. But there's some residual still, you know, from 2020 that we've got to deal with. Yes, that year is done, and hopefully, I am hoping that, you know, everything everybody expects out of 2020. Some of the primer got on this, so I usually scrape the primer away, and then usually, like right around the edges, I'll score it up a little bit. A little bit of his red primer got on there. The other thing, if you dare, you can put a little bit of acetone on a little Q-tip or something, but you know, I want to teach you guys bad habits. If you're out there starting up, that'd be not a good idea, because you can really mess up your paint job. So what we can do is take this back part of the head, and we can come in here for this really nice dark ink, right? And we can paint the shadow with this ink, because this is like all the way up next to his head, and really not going to be getting any light. Okay, make sure I'm in focus because I got the big glasses on. Okay, there we go. So by painting the ink over the red, you are getting a little bit of red in your shadow and a little bit of green. I just grabbed a dry brush, as in a brush that is dry, and then just spread a little bit of that real thin up the back of his ears a little bit, so there was just a little bit more spread around. Then I'm going to address his the inside of his mouth here. Now we're not going to see the upper side of the inside of his mouth. Okay, I get it, but that doesn't mean I don't want the inside of his mouth to be the right color. So first thing is we're going to use the I think we're going to use the red ink for glazing him. On the inside of his mouth, though, I am going to use a color called Red Tone by Army Painter. Where'd you go? There's the flesh wash. There's the tones. There's the tones. I've been using it and using it. It should be right here. The purple, green, red. So on the upper portion of the mouth, I'm going to paint the red tone. Get it around the gum line, and I will show this to you guys so you can see it. all around the gum line. Okay. And then I'm going to take a wee bit of the color I'm finding I really, really like actually, so I've been doing some gums because I recently did the squigs. Oh, Captain Slaymore hasn't seen my squigs. I also didn't post them on my social media. So hang on just a minute. Is this Tan Flesh? I like that mixed with a little bit of red. And I find that it makes a really, really super good gum color for mouths. And I use a little bit of transparent red as the color to tint it. Very, very small, in very small amounts. So it's very small amount of red. You too. Are you agreeing with me? Oh, no, you agree. You just want to go to the movies? I know, right, right. Now what I do after I make that color is I'll glaze over it with the red tone. So what I'm going to do is just make his tongue look wet by adding this nice highlight here. You're going to see this just inside of his mouth. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to take that Payne's Gray. So that really stands out good. And then what I will do is I will glaze that as soon as it dries with a little bit of the red tone, and I'll come back again for a few very select highlights. Let me scroll down here. Oh, the cons to open. I know everybody's hoping for the cons. Everybody's hoping for the cons. There's definitely been a lack of that. I can't imagine people are going to maintain dignity when things finally open up. Okay. Now I'll just take the plain Tan Flesh. And I kind of put that up close to the front of the mouth, so that you would get that nice shiny look there. Yeah, actually, we're getting ready to order some of those the bulbs. Actually, you know, our doctor told us you don't even have to get the super expensive ones. You can just get a lamp that you can face towards you, like a clamp lamp, and get the reptile bulbs or the fish bulbs, and put them in there. The full daylight. Now right in the recess of the tongue is going to be wet with the ink, so we've got to let that rest. And while that rests, we'll come in here. I'm going to use the color Pale Yellow. We got, oh, there it is. By Procro. And we're going to use that for the base on the eyes, and we're going to do glowing eyes next. All right, I'm going to make sure that I've got everything I need on his face the way that I want it first. So I've got his highlights the way I want them and everything. And then now we're going to come in and do a little bit of, I probably need to do some shadowing. But first, I'd like to show Slaymore the squigs that are like the poisonous frog. The poisonous tree frog squigs. There they are, playing in the poisonous mushrooms. Oh, these are the first ones that I painted. And we painted them like a one of those dart frogs that's poisonous. It's been in the like I don't know, like a year and a half ago, and we were trying to decide what color to paint the squigs, and this was one of somebody's votes. This is my favorite. I absolutely loved it. And so we did that, and I got these two little guys on my desk now. I really like this guy with the big cheesy smile. He's definitely one of my favorites. Oh, no, these come in a little starter pack. They come in a little starter pack. I have a huge one that I'm looking forward to. The Mangler Squigs. Oh, yeah, baby. It's going to be so much fun. Yes, they are GW Squigs. Dave is correct. Hi, George. My basket lays full with your stuff that I need to order in it. I am so embarrassed. How are you? Oh, the campfires. I think I remember those little campfires. How are you doing, George? What are you up to? We are working on some aspects of bringing some nice heavy volumes to your dragon right now. So I'm going to do a little bit of pin lining on him, you guys, to give those shadows some excellent hyper depth. George is in the house. Can I get a shout out for George, you guys, please? This is some of my favorite work. Oh, Captain Slaymore, you've got to go see this work. George is one of my favorite sculptors. Needless to say, he does a lot of stuff Cthulhu oriented. You should go look too, Chris. You'll absolutely love his work. So all I'm doing is catching the really deep recesses to do this with that Payne's Gray ink, which is in the blue family. So it's gonna really make the shadows pop quite nicely. Not all Payne's Gray is created equal. I prefer one with the blue in it. That one you were working on recently, George, was crazy. That monster, oh gosh darn it, arcade. Oh my god, it's so crazy, guys. And it's so big. Oh, it's really, he is. He's so 100% up my alley, and definitely something that you guys will appreciate. I know Chris will be like, yeah. So by getting all these little shadows, once we get in here and we create the glowing eye, it's going to give all of this like a lot more depth. It's going to blow your mind. Like it seems like what you're doing is almost a waste of time until you start adding the highlights. And like when we add the glow effect, it'll make the glow effect even more prevalent because we've added these details. I'm actually drawing those lines in his ears. He doesn't come with those. And then also it makes the dark, it brings out the red because we're using such a deep color and a complementary color that it brings out that really dark red on the opposite side. Like I said, the inks are transparent too, so you might need more than one coat. But if you look at him, hold on, I'll bring him up to you now. Now you see what that does? Okay. Hi, Dragonheart. How are you? Oh, you're so fast. You're fast, George. Hi, Semini. Oh, I didn't even see you out there, doll. How are you? I'm so sorry. Chat going by and I'm getting really technical here. I didn't even see you. Hi, greetings, Semini, and I'm sorry that I missed you in the chat. I have a number of them going here. I'm getting used to it. It takes me a little bit to get used to it. You know, when I don't notice you, you just shout out and say, hey, look at me, look at me. Because you know I want to greet you. I hope everything is well for you. Oh, you're painting at the same time. Excellent. So are you gone then? Or are you going to lurk? And how are you, Dragonheart? I haven't seen much of you. You're going to lurk. Okay, so Sam Minnie's staying with us. Just going to lurk. All right, now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put out some of this ink. It's a raw umber. And I'm going to use that on his horns. On his head here. To paint all those little recesses. And we're going to do the same thing. Same thing that we did to the... Now, these glasses actually give me the affordability to be a little bit farther away. So let's focus in for you guys. There we go. It's been a little crazy. It has. Motivation has definitely been... something that, well, you're totally not alone in that. Everybody's having a hard time with it. I think that everybody's just really exhausted from 2020. We have 5 minutes to get in on the battle if anybody wants to get in on the battle. So all these little tiny things don't really take that much time once you know what you're after. And these are all things I'm going to do reverse horns on this guy. So the tops of the horns are going to be dark and the part that comes out of the body is going to be light. Just recently saw that on someone's Oh, some big rhino dino or something somebody was painting, and then I completely forgot. I was like, ooh, I really liked that. Let's do that. Hi, Max. How you doing? You're bad at what? Gluing up loose. Oh, okay. As in the car. Oh, that's a bitch. That's a bitch, mate. Now we want to take that yellow, that pale yellow that we had. Get this guy focused in for you, because he's going to be a bit. There he is. And we're going to do the eyes. I am making tiny, like tiny little dots of that pale yellow on the crest here of these areas where this glowy eye is going to do a little bit of glowing. They're just tiny little dots. Behind them, I kind of had okay. Same thing on the other side. Okay. Now we're going to set him down and let that dry for just a second, because we have to remember the tongue. And I want to make sure that I get the I remember the we're going to come in here and do the red tone over the whole tongue. I make sure I remember that. And then we're going to use a little bit of that tan flesh, if you remember correctly, the tiniest bit. And we're going to come in here and add a little bit of that while it's wet. And that's just the slimy part of the tongue. Okay, when that goes in the head, that's going to be the right effect. Because it's really what I'm doing is creating depth. So if you put this on here and then you look at him, do you see how that works? So his head casts a shadow. It looks obnoxious right now. It's like, oh, why did I do that so bright? But once you add the head, right, then it adds this shadow because the head overlaps it, right? And now it's not like that anymore. Now it looks set back in the head and like there's got a little bit of slime on it, right? So that's creating depth. Again, we're creating that depth, and you got to think about things like that. Like, you know, his wings really stick up quite a bit, so they're not really adding as much shadow. Some dragons have wings that go out to the sides, and then it casts this big old shadow on what you're doing, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, that kind of sort of didn't work out the way I wanted it to, and you wonder what happened to all those volumes that you built. Hey Zane, how you doing? Thank you. We are working on his glowing eyes right now, but white is drying. We got a battle ready to go here. He's gonna come back and see how you guys do at that. Dave, did you ever win one of Diomedes' dice bags from here? How are you, Dio? Oh, you haven't? What was it that I thought that Dave did? Well. All right, so one of the things we're going to do is we're going to bring down, let's focus in on this guy. That blue is just is tacky in the wing recess. We're going to need that when I put the wings on to look at all of the aspects of his highlights. Which for the highlights, we are using a color called Motherlode. Okay, I've used the color Motherlode before on some things, and oh, I love it. I used it on my Ice Dragon over blue. Absolutely stupendous. Absolutely stupendous. Okay, we're gonna do a little overbrushing now. Okay, and let's just talk about that for a second. All right. So we're gonna let his just to let you know, when I am teaching one subject in my Patreon, I don't jump from thing to thing. Today we're doing that because I'm giving you guys kind of like a poo-poo platter, if you will. Yeah, okay, so that sounds fine. But really what that is an appetizer platter in Hawaii where you guys can kind of see some of the things, you know, like building your volumes, working with metallics, getting good depth from your shadows, glowing effects, some things that you can learn from our Patreon. Our Patreon now, if you guys would be a subscriber here on the channel with Twitch, now you go to Patreon to subscribe. We have what's called the Twitch equivalent. It's you know, it's actually a good deal because it's 50 cents less than what you pay Twitch, and the boat gets 80% of it. So more goes in the captain's pocket, so we can do more prizes and more activities, and we can support the studio, and less of it goes to Twitch. So that works out really good. Yes, it is. Okay, I have to tell you, thank you very much, Dragonheart. I appreciate that. And you will know if I know that you got that if you receive a letter from me. Every person that subscribes, I send you a letter. If you do not get a letter from me, then you may have got missed in a loop, but usually those letters go out within a week. The first time I was in a bar, Paul John, in Hawaii, and somebody walked up to me and said, "Would you like some poo-poos?" I was like, what the fuck? I thought she was being a smartass. Ask Captain Slaymore. Be sure to ask Geek to look into that. Be sure to ask Geek to look at it. You didn't get a letter right at the end of 2020. Okay, I will double check on that. I will double check on that, Dragonheart. But I did know that you were there. I did see you over there. And we also we also are launching a, I know it's OnlyFans, so fans only page. We also are launching that because we made the criteria. Geek cheated. That's how you guys got that fan page started. He cheated. I'm telling you. I was being very sassy. I never thought we'd make the criteria, but then he threw his birthday money in there and said, oh, that's part of the money. Oh, yes, I do. I love the poo-poo platters. I love the poo-poo platters. Yeah, you know, be sure to mention that Captain Slaymore to Geek so he can look into it because he's looking into all of them. Okay, so we're gonna bounce. Actually, just for the sake of everybody that's here, let's just stick with the glowing eyes, and then we'll bounce over to the scales because we've got the light on the wings and the dynamics of the wings pretty darn good. You're gonna see how they pop when we do those final portions on that. We'll stick with the glowing eyes for everybody that was here for that, okay? And these sensational horns, let me get a really nice dark brown. I need like a black brown. Let me see what I've got here. A hawk. Oh, look, I've got a black brown. Excellent. That's really good to know. That's good to know. And we've got we've got a page open in the Discord for you guys thinking about like Patreon ideas. Geek's getting ready to launch one of our you know, it dawned on me, I get asked, like, this comes to me in the form of messages a lot about the wet palette. So I did a wet palette, real basics on how to care for it and how to build it. Or even if you bought one like commercially, because a lot of people ask me, is like, you know, oh, how much water, what kind of paper, just different things. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and put this out there because people want to know that. I'm going to use the olive flesh as the bone color, okay? And we're going to go all the way down, right? And it's okay that those striations, it's fine that they got covered because they still provide background shadows. And then we're going to wet blend into that, okay? And then come back and get just the very end nice and dark. So we got a little striped horn. Come in with that olive flesh and get the dark color. Bring it on down into the olive flesh and just dancing it around. It's all just a little wet blending going right to left there. That dark color, that black brown right up here. There, and when that dries, we can come back in there. Let me get a little bit more of that olive flesh. A little bit thin right here by the bottom. Now those recesses are still nice, so we're still going to be able to come in there. Now see, that's a kind of nice, huh? It adds a little bit of contrast to what's going on. We definitely don't want the horn to look striped though. That's the part we don't want. Might have to do a little bit of blending. I just kind of go back and forth. I try to not let my mind get wrapped around it too much, or I get obsessive compulsive, and then I turn it to mud. And that's how that happens. There we go. And then we'll take that Payne's Gray and get those chips black. Oh yeah, you definitely want to see. Oh, that didn't work, Kraus. Well, try just exclamation point Discord. We're still working on that, Kraus. Dave knows how to do it. I know. Zane. Also server from CD. Yeah, right? But the letters are in alphabetical order. Oh, that might actually help me. Okay, now on the subject of these eyes, we're gonna go with, okay, so we want to go with something that's complementary. We want to go with complementary colors. We could do orange, but it's just gonna match the dragon so closely. Why not go with something a little bit crazy? So my thought was like to make the eyes a glowing green because it's different than the dragon's colors. I mean, it makes like a lot of the dragons that are red, they end up with orange glowing eyes, and I thought it would be nice to make green glowing eyes on a red dragon. It would be complementary. I didn't want to do blue because I felt like blue would be just going too far off in the left field from what we have established. So my thought was either yellow, which is not complementary, or green. And I decided I really liked the green. So I've got a couple of Stynylrez colors that I use. I mean, Spectratex colors that I use, which are made by Badger, who makes Stynylrez. Okay, well, Dragonheart, there we have it. We will ask Geek about that in a second. Spectratex is an airbrush formulation by Badger. Their neon colors are pretty much my favorite. I also use them to boost the colors in other colors. Especially with ink, I find it works pretty darn good. Yeah, actually, he was, Valfera, he was our Christmas dragon. We did start him around that time of year, painting with Brush for Hire, who's much faster than me. Was it this guy? It was this guy I was painting. Yeah, Dinos and Dragons. Geek. We got a thing going on with the socials. That they can't get them to do what they got to do. So we start with the yellow. I'm going to mix a very little bit of the green with the yellow to get that lime greeny color so that we can get the glow going. Hello, Miss Hammy.
It's so. Wait.
And then we're going to extend it, you know, we want to extend it past the area. We want to extend it past the area where we just have the super heavy highlight to get a little bit of that green color showing in other things like that. Same thing on the other side. Start with the yellow. And take that light green. Because we're going to come in and we're going to do something to those eyes that's going to make a difference in the color. It is going to take layers because it is a semi-transparent paint. So be patient with it. The green and the yellow together to make a super, super bright green. Same thing on the other side. Figured it out?
Yeah.
Got a battle there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take that green. I'm going to put it in the corner of his eye. And drag it around the recesses. Same thing on the other side. Take a plain yellow. and hit the high points of his highlights with it. Other side, plain yellow. Okay. We're going to come back to these horns with that umber. Oh, that's the wrong brush. Not that brush though. Let's try the correct brush here. So I can I'm going to mix a little bit of the Payne's Gray with that umber. It's going to cool the umber down, so it's going to look more like a Van Dyke brown now. There we go. Anything new on the Patreon, Geek?
Second.
And do we have any way to make hype in the channel? I'm going back and getting those striations on his horns with Van Dyke Brown. Which is a color, so I mixed Payne's Gray. Van Dyke Brown is a cooler brown. Not all companies make it. It's also one of my favorite oil colors. As you'll notice, I probably painted a lot of dark. I did paint a lot of dark stuff. So you get that. Okay. All right. So that's glowy eyes and a little bit of craziness on the horns. Let me catch up with chat really quick, see if I missed anything.
Not gonna leave me alone till you get it off my desk?
Is the link still working?
Forward left.
Ya Egg, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yes, the puppy. Geek has her food soaking on her desk, on his desk. Her food on his desk, and she's not going to give up. So, Geek's got the links working. I don't actually know, you guys, how to shout them out in the new chat at all. Is it Ya Egg or Va Egg? All right. So, glowing eyes and horns. Now, one of the things that we will have to get is probably a little bit of a highlight on this horn that's on the right side by the light, because it's the one thing that we kind of don't have. But we do have the dynamics of the face pretty well built. Okay. So now we are going to address the scales. All right. So in these areas where one of the things that happened is by using the metallic color we used was red rum. So by using metallic on the body, even though I was very lenient about using it, it came out to me because the highlight was let me focus in a little farther away for you guys. Let me hang on. Gotta get that focused. There we go. So for me, the highlight is a little bit too gold, tying it in with the wings a little bit too tight. Now I don't know. There's a good division between his color and that color. I feel like, you know, it looks like it all ties in together. But I would have rather it was a little bit more pearl than metallic. And I also want him to be a little bit more aggressive in the red color. Hi, Bill Robertson. Your hair is a mess. Your hair is a mess. So what I'm going to do to solve that problem is...
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Well, thank you so much for that follow. Duffy the Donut Slayer, I love your name. I'm going to take a little bit of red ink. Now, we could use the transparent red, but this is pretty fire engine red. We're going to test it in a little area. I'm going to turn him over and catch the back of his leg, and I'm going to test a little bit of this and see actually how I like it. Well, hello, Millite. That's what I want to work on is the miniature that I was working on for Millite, Alyssa. And I haven't quite got my groove back yet, so I was afraid to touch her. This one by Nerd House Minis. Oh, that's the one I really want to work on. Something fierce. But until I can get my groove back, I didn't want to touch it because I will tell you, I have made a mess of some things. I actually chose a dragon because I feel pretty confident with them. So I think this color, let's see. Let's thin it.
Oh,
That didn't sound good.
how about that?
Let me try a softer brush. That's going to get all... let me check. I'm going to try over brushing, but I got to be real... Okay, so if you're doing that with inks, we're going to try going over the scales and leaving the part in the back dark. Yep, I'm going to like it because it's got that flavor I'm looking for. But one of the things you do have to pay attention to is not just letting everything get all saturated. So I was going to show you, I'm trying to keep the back portion of the scales that same color. So the overbrushing is holding the brush at an angle. I'm also going to keep the pickup brush handy, and I'm going to use this one so that you can just, with an ink, it's so thin that the chances are that it's going to get in your shadows. And I kind of don't want it there. Now, it's a lot, honestly, using a color, as in a regular acrylic paint, is way easier. But what this is going to do is create a filter that is not, they're made semi-transparent, so I feel like it's going to calm the red and give me a little more diluted appearance on the gold, which is ultimately what I'm looking for. Is I didn't like it. I want to use a colder color for the highlights. So holding the brush sideways and then brushing it down the scales. And you want to take the excess off your brush because you kind of don't want it to get into your shadows. Like I said, if it does, then I'm going to pick up that pickup brush and go in there and remove it. It's okay if you get a little bit onto the green. because, you know, colors are going to come together, and that's all right. But now see, if you get the red too much into the areas of these, like the big scales like that, then what we end up with is we have to go back and we have to put more shadow in there to get the shadow built. Oh, I forgot a couple of his talons. Inks are really hard to do this with because they are so thin. I probably should have shown you how to do this with a regular pigment, because inks are so thin that they really oftentimes they get into all of your recesses and mess it up. But this color is the right color. That's the only problem. And I don't like the transparent red as much.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow.
Dark
Darko Bar, thank you for that follow. You want to be moving the opposite direction of the scale too. So if the scale is going east and west, then you want to be moving the brush north and south, etc. That's how you get the paint to lay just on top of the scales. Otherwise, if you go with the grain, it's going to get into all of your recesses. This definitely calms the gold down, like big time. Also because inks tend to be matte, unless they say, if you're buying acrylic inks and it says acrylic inks and then it on it says glossy, I try to avoid that. Yeah, see, that calmed down the gold quite a bit. Can you see the difference now? It also added some red into the green areas. This was a good choice. I like it. I think you could achieve this with the Procryls transparent. Now we're going to come in here with a colder color for his highlight, which is my goal. How are things, Milite, over there? How you doing? How about you, Bill? How's things? Hi, Nico. How you doing, hon? How are you? Okay, now I'm just going to build a few areas with a little bit more of the red coloration. Trying to keep my brush a little bit dry. Just enough ink to smooth on the top of the scales. I choose any brush that can take the beating, Midnight, and I just rinse it. I just rinse it in water, and then oftentimes at the end of the evening, I'll use brush cleaner on it. Usually, like an ugly brush makes a really good pickup brush if you have an ugly brush, especially if you forget about it. You know, because sometimes when you're not technically doing the painting with it, you'll end up forgetting about it, and that can become an issue. All right, now we have look how much more red he is, and how he's so much more separate from the wings in his color, and that's just coloring him with a little bit more of the red to take out a little bit of the gold. And we'll just come in here and touch up some of these areas on the ear, give him a little bit more red. Yeah, that's gonna work. I'm going to need to tie these in with the one that's on the bottom of his chin, though. Definitely. Obscure reference. Obscure reference. Did I miss it?
He was making an obscure reference. Danger, Bill Robertson, danger.
Oh. My grandma loved that program. All right. Now that we have, I need to tie this underneath of his, so first, let me get a wee bit, I'm going to choose a really small brush. It's still dry, and we're going to come in here with a little bit of that bone color. That's the olive flesh. And get a little bit of highlight. Oh, sorry, I went out of focus, guys. Sorry. And just get a little bit of highlight, but I don't want to go in the recesses.
I offer you a choice. Join my crew.
Zarin, welcome, welcome.
100 years.
I don't know how you did that, Miss Zarin. Mr. Zarin? Miss Zarin. I actually don't know. I don't think we've ever discussed that with Zarin. I don't know how you did that. We're not supposed to be able to accept resubs. We are no longer an affiliate, and we are changing over to Patreon, dear Zarin. How did you magically do that? There we go. They're not supposed to be working. I don't know what's going on there. I'm a little confused. Geek is probably looking into it as we talk.
They do it. Apparently Darren's magic.
Well, we're asking everybody to go to Patreon for the resubs, because that's going to do much better financially for the boat, and to pay attention to your, if yours is reoccurring, that you go in and cancel it on Twitch so they don't continue to charge you. Nobody wants that. I don't think I like it. So, in this instance, here's one for you. Don't like it? Nope. I like it with the other gradients. I'm going to come back here in here and do it differently. And this is the beautiful thing about paint. Right? Hi, Kalisandra. Is that Kalisandra I see? How are you doing? Currently, I'm painting over some horns that I just particularly didn't like the way they came out. That just happened real quick. And I'm just showing everybody, you know, right now, like, I didn't like that. And so that's the glory of paint, right? Is, here we go. I didn't like it. Also, you know, one of the things about Van Dyke Gray, just to let you guys know, I mean, Van Dyke Brown, is that when you mix it with white, it makes more of a brown gray than it actually does a brown. It's a very interesting color. Okay, back to those horns. We'll come back and put the striations, and then I will figure out the highlights. But I like it this way better. But I do have to figure out the highlights on it. Oh, when I send out the letters, when I send out the letters, I ask everybody to let me know their name so I can connect the two. I'm telling you what, Midnight Terror, my sister, that's my sister. Yes, so you should have, Darren, you should have received a letter from me, my dear. Your sub was auto-canceled today. Okay. Oh, you were just, okay. Oh, so Captain Lady Gray, if it charged you before we lost our affiliate status, it's still good for that month. That's what I have found out. You just need to make sure that you go in. There is an option where you can go in and choose for it not to renew. If it's not there, chances are they picked up on it and it should be okay. And in the event that it does, it would probably only do it once. And then if that happens, you know what? Then we got to write them a letter and tell them, you dumb butts. Blame UPS and come. Oh, no, Kalisandra, we renounced it. We dissolved it. We chose to. Motor City Ray, I didn't even see you out there. Seriously? Wow, were you just lurking? Did I totally miss you, or were you just lurking? Oh, that makes me feel terrible. I'm sorry, I keep getting in the zone. We got the chit chat going and everything. I can't believe I missed you. Oh, that makes my heart hurt. How are you? You got to run? I haven't seen hard. Well, I don't know if you've been streaming because I haven't even been able to make the streams. I kind of sort of made one the other evening. We chose to dissolve that relationship, Kalisandra, because it turns out... Juju, thank you so much. Oh my God. To what do I owe this auspicious occasion? Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You're not allowed to lick the envelope with your tongue. Yeah, because you'll cut it. Thank you so much, Juju. Oh, I feel so bad that Motor City Ray was out there and I missed him. How did I do that? Now I'm going to go back through the whole chat and see if I missed him. I see right there with the loves and the... Oh, I was focused. Oh, I feel so bad. Did Motor City Ray get a shout out? Oh, that's not working. Are the shout outs working? I don't even see any shout outs. Okay, the shout outs are not working, you guys. Yeah, I'm looking here. I don't see Dragonheart. I don't see Dave. I don't see... Motor City Ray came on board. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. I'm sure he knows that sometimes it goes like that. I know. Okay, well, oh, there. It's working. Dragonheart just did it. Oh, was he? They are working. Can I get a shout out from Motor City Ray, you guys? Oh my gosh, talk about a good place to go. That's such a good place to go and hang out. Have you caught any of his streams lately, Dragon? Midnight at all? There we go. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you. I've been missing you in the chat. How has your family been? Wait, hold that thought. Okay, hold that thought. I'm going to take a quick bio. You guys can jump into some marbles. Yeah, well, you had family over too, though, didn't you? I'll take a quick bio, and I'll be right back. I shall push the button, and you guys can go marbles. And there's 3 minutes and 56 seconds you can get in on the battle. Yes, let's see. Should be the one that says games. Why is that crooked? I don't like that. Don't do that. Why is it crooked? Do it. The legs are anything. Let's see. Gallery, co-stream, co-air, credits, games. That one.
Hello, chat. Rip headphones.
Did you give her the chow?
No, it's sitting right there. It's not 6 o'clock yet. Marbles? Who said anything about marbles? I guess the captain did. Well, I guess we got to do what the captain says. Otherwise, what's the point of having a captain? You know what? We're going to start off with the paperclip because everybody seemed to enjoy the paperclip. No, leave it on. Yes, please. Thank you. Y'all are so well trained. How's everybody doing tonight? Play 117. I don't know what track 117 is, but I can look it up. Look at all those exclamation point praise. We've got Streamin' Zane 3D, Wavy DL, Dragonheart, Melite, Zealous Hunter, Trader Legions, McReadiness, Iffy Paints, Zarin Hyper. Oh, that's what's on my finger. I've got resin on my finger. Could be resin or it could be super glue. You know. McReadiness, Iffy Paints, Zarin Hyper, Baby D, Midnight Terror, Juju Pawns, Valfera, the right person, Karu, and Captain Madlove. Right, not yet, Valfera. I have to figure out, so the Restream.io chat will convert and re-chat to the other chats, but it doesn't put it in bland, so Marbles won't pick it up. So I have to figure out how to scan YouTube chat and transfer the person's name and the command to a central chat. I think I got to create a funnel that takes all the chat, scans all the chats, and combines them into one chat and removes all the bullshit. Yes, McReadiness, there's plenty of scams on YouTube. Ribbit. Here we go. I didn't see Wavy in there. Did I? Looks like you made it in time, Barrels. All right. Oh, there's Wavy. Woo! And Wavy's in the lead. Why are we letting Wavy in the lead? This is not okay. This is not an okay thing to happen. McReadiness out front. Here we go. Baby D. Baby D, the unicorn. Oh, I like your little avatar there, Baby D. That's pretty cute. Baby D way out front. McReadiness. I like your avatar too. It's very, very simple. I mean, woo! Round and round we go. Where we stop, somebody will know. I pick me. I should know. I don't though, but I should. Wee-ha! Baby D, if he paints Melite first, second, and third. Here comes the rest of the pack, but Baby D's way out front. All the scams. Baby D coming down the pike. Let's zoom in on Baby D. Watch out, watch out. Here we go. If he paints trying to keep up, but skimming the wall. And Baby D's taking a wide arc. Iffy Paint's taking a slightly slower arc. Let's see who works out the best. Baby D seems to be coming up, but Iffy Paints is catching up. And third place, Melite with the elf avatar. I think that's an elf. Could be any number of pointy-eared races. That could be a Vulcan with an ear infection. Baby D, Iffy Paints is now taking over in first place, even though it says 3. That's the number of laps. McReadiness now in third place. Zarin Hyper. Oh, all y'all have some really cool fucking avatars. That'd be some funny shit, Midnight Terror. Oh, we got a race here today. Baby D and Zarin Hyper fighting for second place, but Iffy Paint. But here comes McReadiness. Oh, wow, it was a photo fucking finish. Iffy Paints, McReadiness, and Baby D first, second, and third. Alf, alien life form from Melmac. We've got Iffy Paints, McReadiness, Baby D, first, second, and third. Zarin Hyper, Melite, Captain Madlove, Cairo, Juju Pawns, Midnight Terror, Stream Zane 3D. Stream Zane 3D. Or is it Streamin' Zane 3D? Or is it Streamin' Zane 3D? Streamin' Zane 3D? I don't know. Baby DL, Zealous Hunter, Terminator Legions, Dragonheart, and Valfera. Let's go find a community map. You're the wiener. Wiener. Community maps. And random community maps. And Alf loves cats. Barbecued. I was watching a YouTube thing about how apparently everybody was miserable on that set. Nice, Midnight Terror. Good evening, Big Mike Disney! What's crack-a-lackin', Big Mike? How's it shaking? We're doing some marbles while the captain's off doing what the captain does while the captain's not captaining the captain's ship. Exclamation point play, and if you haven't already. What you up to, Big Mike? You know what? Nobody's too young for Alf. Yeah. Wait, there's way... Okay, good. Oof, I was going to say there's way more than that for Big Mike Disney. Chillin'. Dig it. I can dig it, man. Zealous Hunter, Captain Madlove, Zarin Hyper, Barrels, Valfera, Iffy Paints, Blade Mark, Restream Bot needs to go. Karu, Juju Pawns, Midnight Terror, Heart of Mike Disney, Dragonheart, Stream Zane 3D, McReadiness, and Baby D. I'm working on an auto shout out. I got to find one that actually works for what I want it to do instead of just shouting out the chat, shout out for my database. So I might be doing some programming here in the future. Baby D and Wavy DL. And here we go. Let's go down Domino Dynamo. This is a 4-minute race. We're going to be here a while, y'all. Who chose this damn umbrella? Who's frying this friggin' umbrella? Here we go. Make it past all the Space Invaders. Down, down, down we go. Juju Pawns, first one down. Here comes Mike Disney, Zarin Hyper, and Iffy Paints. Let's see where we go. Oh, Mike Disney's in the lead. Oh, I see how it is. Mike Disney just showed up to show us all up and show how he rolls. Literally. Oh, Mike Disney, Zealous Hunter. Watch out. Oh, who let the rat in here? Oh, watch out. Here we got our tambourine. Tambourine, Iffy Paints. Bam, bam, bam. Zealous Hunter and Mike Disney going toe-to-toe. But the rat first one into the mobile maze. Let's see who makes it out of the mobile maze first. Iffy Paints. Looks like, oh, it's Iffy Paints and the rat. There's the captain. But you never know with these races. Wow, this is a pretty nice little race we got going on here. Round and round the snake tubes. Whee! Iffy Paints out front into the double salad tossers. Watch out, we've got rocks below. Iffy Paints. And the rat, first and second. Watch out for the, what was that, MXC? Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. There we go. Zealous Hunter, Iffy Paints, Captain Madlove, Art of Mike Disney. Uh-oh. Iffy Paint's got popped up. Let's see where Iffy lands. Does Iffy make it? Iffy misses. The rat first one through the cones. Big Mike Disney coming back with a vengeance. Slowing down. Taking it easy into the hamster wheel of doom. Doom, doom, doom. Now we got to get in here to see what's... Oh, watch out. It's hammer time. Can't touch this. No, can't touch this. All right, looks like the rat and Mike Disney have made it out of the hamster ball, but now got to get their angular momentum under control to get their vertical thrust on, if you know what I'm saying. And if you don't worry about it. Doesn't really make much sense anyway. Wavy! I tip my hat to you, good sir. And we are rocking back and forth. We're rocking back and forth. Oh, here we go. The rat, first one out. Barrels out of nowhere. Here he comes. Taking over in second place. Boop! Let's see. Wait. What? Why are the hammers there if you can just go right through them? We call that some bullshit. Zealous Hunter Barrels, well, fair. There goes McReadiness. McReadiness wasn't really ready. He was kind of ready. He wasn't totally ready. Art of Mike Disney! Well, apparently you did find the hammer. Mike's busy getting hammered. And apparently we have the slow boat to fucking China who decided that during a marbles race we needed slow fucking lanes. There should be only one lane, the ultra-fast lane. I drive ultra-slow in the ultra-fast lane while people behind me are going insane. I'm an asshole! Zealous Hunter creeping along, driving the geek crazy. Come on, rat. Get a move. Somebody light that rat's tail on fire. Get him moving. Barrels, get in there. Yeah, I'll give her a chow right after this. Your violence is right there if you want to take that one right now. Yes, I'm kind of driving marbles. Rat, you're going the wrong way. This is mutiny. I mean, the rat is literally climbing back up the track. What the shitballs, rat? What the shitballs?
Well, no one's paying attention to this, so I just figure out over there.
Yes. Somebody entice that rat with some cheese. Better yet, some beer. Barrels, into the loopy-loop, into another loopy-loop. Ribbit. Holy crap. All right, somebody needs to tell this guy that less is more. And you don't put a 6... Uh-oh. Captain got popped. Good Lord Almighty. I mean, it's a good-looking track if there was accelerators instead of decelerators. And Zealous, have you decided to come... How did you get... You went all the way back. Like, you're not even in the top 10 anymore. How did you do that? Like, you are literally going backwards. Oh, now you're moving forwards. Good job. Barrels and Velfera have finally finished the race. Now we've got to wait for Zealous Hunter, who's decided to go backwards and restart the race. He didn't like his time. He thinks he should go again. Really, the wall is going to come catch him and kill him. Right? Zealous thought it was so nice he did it twice. I lost the doggo. Yeah, I can hear the jingles. Hammy! Come on, jingle balls. Hey, you know what, Zealous? It's not that bad. I mean, there's plenty of hair to grab onto, and there's a nice treat at the end when you climb up the legs. You know what? While we're doing that, we're going to do something else. While we're waiting for that to finish, I'm going to do the battle, because I think the battle's ready. As I find the mouse. Lost the mouse. I found the mouse. Lost the mouse. Won't let go of the mouse. The window has captured the mouse and won't let go. Ah! That's rather interesting. There we go. Let's do a battle while we're waiting for the battle. Battlefield. And of course, now that I finally figured it out, it's ended. Barrels won. Everybody else lost. That's all that really matters. Engineers first one's in, last one's out. Barrels first, Valfara second, Dragonheart third, Zern Hyper, Karu, Blade Mark, Midnight Terror, Juju Pawn, Streaming, and Zane. Unfortunately, we lost Baby D, Zealous Hunter, Captain Mad Love, Art of Mac Disney, Mac Readiness, Wavy DL, and Iffy Paints. I did. Now we're going to minimize that because it doesn't want to play. We're going to bring up the battle captains. We're going to start the battle, and we're going to whoop some ass. Whooping some ass. What?
Rush for hire. With the battle captains,
It's
battle rush for hire.
Stream Raiders. Get it right, Captain. We got some Berserkers! Juju Pawns got 200 gold. 200 gold? What the bullshit, Juju Pawns? Check on the 3D printer. We're going to do another 4 skull. Woohoo! Pop. All right, get in on the battle while the getting's good. And the cat pushed the button. I care about Raiders, Valfera. I do. All right, next we'll do the crazy cars.
All right. So in building the scales, I've chosen a... Hello, Mike Disney, by the way. Hello, Barrels, by the way. Is anybody else I missed? Hey, Valfera, did I miss you? Oh, Valfera is in here on multiple platforms. Look at you go, Valfera. Throws pooping to Wavy. Wavy's being a monkey. Getting sick, seasick all of a sudden? You gave up Stream Raiders? Okay, so once it dries, I'm using again that metallic rubbing brush in this one, okay? But I am doing the overbrushing technique. Notice how the what I want you to see is kind of how the scales form. Okay, so I lay that brush sideways and just hit those little edges. I'm using that mother load. A little more paint when you want, you know, a little bit heavier bit of it to show up. A little less paint when you want a little less. In the areas where we're getting some good light. And I'm going to have to come back in here with some more ink. I also am thinking that what will really make the dynamics on this like a little bit better would be to change the color of the scales right around the head a little bit. So like we could come in with a glaze and change these, and I think it'll definitely give him a better dynamic. So the places where there's a lot of light, I'll build it a little bit higher. And it is a cold color, so it's going to be very, very different. And then I kind of get the front edges. See how that makes the scales have that little variegated look to them. I think the other thing we're going to do is come in with some black. And I'm going to change the stripes on his bellies. On his bellies. He has bellies. Not like just a belly, but bellies. There we go. And I just hit this. So there's also a little bit of green in this, so it really kind of ties in with what we're doing. I did hit a couple of the dark areas with it just to make it pop a little bit in those areas. But let us use, since we were doing black and green on the wings, let's leave the wings green and gold, and let's come in here and take a look at the idea of getting a really dark ink. Oh, I do love me some sketching. Let's see, we got red, so we can go with a super deep green. It's going to tie it in way too hard. With the wings, I kind of don't want that. It's already got green shadows, so I'm really going to step into the Payne's Gray as usual. End all be all, must go to Captain's favorite color. Probably one of them anyway. Definitely one of them. All right, we're gonna get a brush with a decent throw on it because we're gonna get up in some recesses and whatnot. We're also gonna paint some. What I am gonna do here real quick is I am gonna add a little bit of the hard body Payne's Gray to the ink. Now the hard body is more in the blue family. I'm letting you know it's even more blue than the Payne's Gray that I use that's ink. But the reason I'm going to do that is because it's going to give it a little thicker consistency so that we're a little bit more along the lines of the mini paint consistency, so that when we come in here we can paint over some of these areas. And I'll show you what I'm going to do. So we're going to get some, not warm gray. It's really cool. I really don't like to use white olive flesh. Yeah, I think that we'll go with the pale yellow. Let's see what happens with that. The dial up, Toner. You dial up? All right. All right. So let's get in here. I'm going to get an even thinner brush for that. Here, see. I kind of working with one of these red grass ones. I kind of like it, but one of the things I want to let you guys know about red grass that I've discovered, I don't know if anybody else has discovered this, but it starts to separate pretty quickly. Hi, Steiner. I feel so bad that I missed Motor City Ray in here. I'm going to send out a huge apology for that later. I'll give him a really big shout out. Did you give her chow?
Uh-huh.
Okay. She's wallowing in appreciation. Yeah, I have to. I miss Motor City Ray and I feel terrible. Okay, so we're going to come in here to now that we've got like all this base and everything, I think one of the things that's really going to make this guy pop is if we come in here and we utilize Payne's Gray and a little bit, I'm going to use a little bit of the yellow to create some of the highlights under. It's a pale yellow. Just to create some of the highlights where the highlights might be hitting a little bit and create a little more interest. I feel like when you're working with metallics, one of the things you really got to do is, I just don't like it when everything starts looking all metallic-y, so I'm going to come in here and clean up a little bit of metallic and bring in some darker areas, which is going to, again, when you start going deeper and darker, what ends up happening is I will finish that thought. your light areas start to, your lighter areas start to look brighter. Dark areas start to sink back. Now I'm going to go ahead and use this color all along the bottom here. Granted, this is underneath. You could probably just come in here if you wanted to and paint over everything with this and then dry brush to get your texture back. This is the latest and the greatest. So she's telling Geek, you hear that jingle bell sound in the background? She's telling Geek, that's how she tells him she's got to go out to go potty. Is that she runs through the house when she's got her bells on. It's cute. When she doesn't have her bells on, she runs over the hardwood floor and her little toenails make this tick, tick, tick noise. And she starts running loops. She'll run loops through the laundry room and down the hall with her little toenails. And she's telling him, I've got to go potty. When I get down here, I'm going to go ahead and just paint that stripe under his tail. But up here, we've got the little boxes. I kind of separated them. Almost. Oh, yes, I'd absolutely love to hear that. Oh my God. Little fumble fingers here. Fumble fingers here. I'd love to hear. I'd love to do. Are you guys interested in doing a love gallery? There are some folks out there that want to get involved in that. I know that some folks are working on some pretty incredible pieces. I don't know if anybody's been watching Zelius, but he's working on a pretty crazy piece for Bias, which is going to come be part of our ship, which is pretty darn exciting. Oh, so this is definitely gonna ring in some good. It's good. This is a good idea, and we can come in here and catch these little guys on the side here with this, and just create a little bit more interest with some complementary colors. Being really careful and dragging this brush along to color those guys. You can color multiple things if you drag the brush just right. Especially when it's something like a scale, spots. We'll probably do those the same color as the nails, but check this out. Adding the gray adds a whole nother dimension to him. And really does break up the monotony of things. This is a good color to choose. It's kind of blue, kind of gray. You can come in between it with the, we can come right in between them with the Payne's gray. See? I feel like that added that extra little bit of pop that we needed. Is Mike Disney still out there? Did we get a shout out for Mike Disney? I know we got one from Motor City Ray, But I saw Mike Disney and Marbles. Did we get a shout out for him, you guys? I really like to honor the presence of all of those other wonderful creators. You know, it's important that we root for one another and pay attention to who's out there. I have to admit, I get kind of sidetracked when I get in the zone, especially since I decided to do this, you know, on what might otherwise be a play day. Let's see, what did Kraus have to say? Oh, Kraus. Oh, thank you very much, Dragonheart. I appreciate that. Hold on just a minute. Does that come up? That does. Okay. Hold on. No. Yeah, Geek told me it would, but it's not. Hang on. No. I gotta wait for Geek to get back. I'm sorry. The new system is just a wee bit confusing for me. I'm still learning it. He said that would come up if I pushed that, but it didn't. It just hid behind something else. It's trying to figure out what's on what monitor right now, without I don't want to crash anything that he's got up and working with either. There we go. So I'm going to come in here with this dark color, and I'm going to paint the inside of these scales up underneath of them with this dark, the Payne's Gray. It's mixed with a little bit of that pale yellow color, but I'm going to get that all the way up in those recesses, and then we'll come in and I'm going to blend a little bit, but you can see kind of how this changes it. Now what I'm doing, the reason for this is that there are times when you'll be painting something and it's kind of like cooking something, and and you taste it and it's just, you notice like there's not enough salt, right? It's very similar. You'll be painting along and you're like, oh, why does that look flat? Or why does that look so plain? There's different things, different things that you might notice as you're going along. And so in this case, what I noticed is that we didn't have enough color variation to carry it off the way I wanted it to. So I'm changing it up. Hello, LV. Long time no see. Ah ha ha ha. Kraus, I got it. I got it. How are you doing, LV? How's streams and things? We are working on a big old dragon here today. This is a Reaper Mini. Those of you who may not already know that. I doubt there's anybody that doesn't know that, though. I bet you guys even know which Kickstarter it's from. Yeah, I feel like this idea just really gave a whole lot more feels to everything. Get a shout out for LV. When the clock is hungry, it goes back for... Oh, thank you very much, LV. This is actually a wee bit of That was terrible. That was terrible. That was seriously fell into the bad dad joke category. We're building up the colors here to try to get back to a little bit better feel. I don't like it when the metallics take too much away, and I think I got on this one, which is unusual for me. I'm usually pretty good with my metallics, but I feel like I got a little bit excited with my metallics and then overdid it. So I'm coming back in with some Payne's Gray and kind of bringing a little bit of the cold feel and complementary color back so that it's not so dominated. And I'm pretty sure hopefully I'm staying in focus, you guys. It's a pretty big piece, so I kind of have to move it forward and backward to get where I need to go. Have you streamed much lately, LV? I know that it's been pretty hit and miss for everybody. All right, we're getting there now. Now we're getting a little bit more separation in the body parts and everything, and I'm liking it a little bit better. That's working much better for me, I feel like. I'm going to come in here with the red and get some multicolors on these scales. Did they talk to you about that other platform?
Talking about what?
I hope so.
What do you mean?
Yeah, somebody was telling us that sharing with us another platform. Okay, so see, we got a little we got a little bit of blue and red going here on this one, which I think is going to be pretty helpful. I'm going to come in there. Good morning, Raven Cat. How's that going, LV? The Monday thing. So that's the plain Payne's Gray there that I just went in and hit that area with. That's the one that comes out of the bottle. We're also going to hit the center of all these with that to separate it. And again, a little bit of that pin lining. That's going to make the, not with that color. That's going to make the back ridge stand up really good. So he's got going on here. I'm going to add a little bit of this in some of the places to create a little bit of cold. And you'll be able to you'll start seeing it pop here. It's gonna really start happening now. This is to add some kohl to these areas, which is gonna add that complementary effect that separates the colors. I'm sure you guys can see it now, how it's starting to pop. It's staying really, really dark. He's a good, deep, dark color. But at the same time, you can see everything start to stand out a little more. Picking out a few things that you want to get those deep, dark shadows in. Hang on, gotta pick up. So, thank you, LV. You can see as you come in here and you put some of these lines in, how it helps everything pop out a little bit. See?
Here's your reminder.
Separating those a little
Take
bit.
out the dog.
We want to get this going this way, and that nice dark shadow. And we want to get one on the other side too. I'm using the Payne's Gray out of the bottle for this. And right now, I'm really going in dark, but then I'm going to come back and I'm going to claim highlights and whatnot. But we got to get some of it built to where you can really see the dynamics before. That's why I went in with the silver and put some of the nice bright areas that are silver in there. Let me see. The hands probably. Definitely want to get these areas here. Oh yeah, so I had left, and then Dragonheart was going to tell me how things were over at their place. Or maybe did, because I know that you had family for the holidays, and that looked right and fun. I'm sure the boys had a great time. Okay, see, that makes the hands look a lot more eerie. You can put this in between any scale areas that you think might need a little more separation. And then we're going to use a gray, which is like a blue gray, and we're going to use that to that blue gray is a little bit of the Payne's Gray from the tube, that is the golden, and a little bit of the Monument light yellow. And we're going to use that in these areas here to just create a little bit of light on some of these, on the light side. I use the side of my brush, just drag it. Angle the brush, and every one of those is going to land again on that overbrushing. Everyone's going to land on the side the light's on. Get the side of all these, and then just take this brush and dip into a few of those. And we'll get some light on those as well. I'm going to make a really light one, and I'm going to just do the little bones down the center there. I'll come back in for that. And mix it and spread it out. And then I'm going to come back
Welcome
in
aboard the Black
with a little bit of red as well. Chris Draws, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the follow. Again, Juju, thank you so much for the dono, my dear. I really appreciate it. You know that's what keeps the boat afloat and the dream alive, right? I'm coming back in here with some of this red. We're doing a little bit of layering and undercoating, getting these scales kind of developing their personality. I'm going to let those dry. While those are drying, the battle is ready, geek, in seconds even. I'm going to go into that olive and we'll get these little guys right here that we missed. Completely missed them. I gotta come in there and paint that a couple times. Did you push the button? All right. Yeah, we needed those painted too so we could get those dynamics in there. I'm going to try the green tone on these red scales going up his back and see how I like, what I feel about that. Tying it in with the wings. Because it's going to give it a green overtone. And I think I like that idea. It'll get over the gray and over the red. And tie some things in a little bit. There we go. Ooh, that's good. That's really good. Sometimes I put a little green in the shadows just to flavor, especially on something red. All right, that works. Okay. Oh, sorry guys. We're back. There we go. So that helps with the scales a little bit. I still think the scales are tying in too hard. So we're going to come back and lighten them up still a little bit more. I still think that they're just a little bit too much looking like the body. Let us take a look with the head on. What are you up to, Raven Cat? How's things way over there, dear? Are you affected as horribly by the COVID as we have been, or are you guys holding out pretty good? Oh yeah, that really helps. What I need to do is get some lighter colors underneath of his belly here, showing the light coming in. Uh-oh. Too much water in the paintbrush. See that? Did you see that happen? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, didn't ruin his belly. We're in luck. We've got some more of that color. Sometimes I miss the part where there's a little bit too much on the brush. And if that happens, you just got to pick the paint up as quickly as you can before it dries. And just head right on back in there. That's what I do. It's going to happen. And sometimes it happens at the most crucial moments. You just got to hope it doesn't happen like when you're doing an eyeball or something. Oh, so many minis to paint. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that means we can look forward to seeing you. That'd be great. A bit more of the really light color. Getting a few highlights there. Again, with that really light color down here. And again, that color is that we're using to do that is that Pale Yellow by Monument. The color we are painting all of the all of his claws and horns with is the Monument Olive Flesh. That's actually one of my favorite colors to use. I dig that color. I like it in replacement of white in a lot of areas because it has such a nice warm, it's warm and creamy like vanilla, but it has that little tiny tinge of green to it. All right. Now you can kind of see it all coming together. I feel like we're really close. Oh, I gotta get those other scales gray on the other side of him. Raven Cat, I think that has been the state of being for a lot of people recently, my dear. All right, let us take a look again at these scales. Oh, they're still wet, so I probably don't even want to look at those scales right now. But what we can do is glue on the head, and that will definitely help. with part of the dynamics. So let's do that. To show you this most amazing thing I made. Look. So these lids crack all the time. And then they leave all this crusty glue everywhere. So I drilled out a cork. And then I soaked the inside of it with super glue. And it works so much better. Oop, 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 oop. And I also thinned my glue. You saw that, didn't you? Good thing it was on the inside. Could have been all over my dragon. Yeah, so I forgot that I thinned the glue. I'm used to that being, so my thick glue got really, really super thick, and so I mixed it with the thin glue, and now it's medium, and I forgot. I had extra thin and extra thick.
Ooh, I want the extra.
And now we gotta hold him for a while. So that we get this in the right place. I think we'll still be able to get the highlights and everything. But notice how that worked out with the mouth really good. Even though it looks really overwhelming when the top of the head is not on. Okay, so we got the glows. Thank you, Cthulhu. Yeah, it's working out. It's working out pretty good. I've got to get the striations back on the horns, and there's where the light is falling is working out pretty good. I'm not completely satisfied with the scales on his neck. I feel like I want them more separated from the body, but there's so much dark, I don't really want to go with black. But then again, changing them to a color like brown or bone or something is just not going to work either. So I'm contemplating the different options. Now they glazed with a green, so up close we've got a little bit of that going on, and that's working for me. That's definitely working for me. You've been creating up a storm during all this COVID, Cthulhu? How's the studio doing, mate? You gotta shout your stuff out in the chat. We don't have all of your information. Give us all of your information so we can give you proper shout outs. Oh yeah, I'm actually working on a secret project that involves a little bit of that, a little bit of it. I don't want to stick my brush in any wet glue. All right, now, so here we go. Let's take a little closer look. I feel like let me just try a little section of something. do that. Okay, so we're going to take the red tone. Oh, orcs. I'm building an orc army. I'd be excited to see that. Yep. So I'm taking the red tone, and we're going to go over parts of his body with the red tone here. It's the right thing to do. Yeah. Now the red tone is that Army Painter red tone. Actually has a little bit of blue and a little bit of brown in it. But it definitely warms up and separates some of the areas of the body. Looks real good. It's still keeping all of our highlights because it's translucent, so it's still keeping all the highlights really good, but at the same time adding another factor, almost like a color shift kind of a thing. Yep, I like it. Did Dragonheart get his shout out too? There we go. That's gonna make the like his legs are a little more red with some blue in it. I feel like the thing that's going to really set it up good is going to be a little purple. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to hit some of his dark spots. Some of these shadows with a little bit of purple, which is going to give, I think, just a little more variation in his skin color. Yep, that's going to work really good. So really what I'm trying to do is just get him to pop a little heavier. And so I'm changing up a few of the colors by adding something that is complementary. I tend to do that. That's one of the things that I did like on those Necrons. I'm gonna darken up the legs a little bit too so they don't quite stand out so much. I really want the wings. And I'm just sort of doing like a stippling effect and taking that blue and purple and putting it up in the shadows here, and even in some of the areas that it's got a little red, and it's changing the dynamics a little bit. It's getting a lot more depth to it. Now we'll bring that up to here. Yeah, that's gonna work. There's a rhyme to the reason and a reason to the rhyme. Oh boy. Yeah, that works real good. He's got these belly plates, and when you glaze over the metallic with the purple, it's just amazing. Glaze over metallic is like one of my favorite things to do. I don't know if you guys have ever done it, but oh, it's so much fun. Yeah. A little more purple. Well, Cookie, long time no see. How are you?
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow, mate. Nickus Ninja. Welcome, welcome. Mind you now, I hit all of these shadows with green before I even went purple. Just to let you know. Now I'm coming in with the purple glaze, and it's working. Acid has a question?
How about his homework?
Oh yes, yes, Acid. Do you want me to look in the chat?
No. With my homework, when you say light not from the miniature, is the base part of the miniature.
No. No, like, do you want to put the subject for the light on the base? Is that what you're saying?
Like an upload.
Yep. You can do that. All right. Okay, so now it's definitely got the contrast. How's it coming over there, Acid? I haven't heard much from you. You've been really busy or what, mate? Is everything good? Is your health good?
Glowing brown.
Yeah, glowing ground is acceptable. I'm going to take a little bit of this purple and just kind of work it into his shadows here on his face, just so that we get that depth from the purple glaze everywhere. So we want it to be to all fit together. So take a little bit and put it into some of these little shadow recesses that he's got in his face. A little bit under the chin here. I'm going to fix that under the chin. I don't know what you want to call that. Fin, dorsal. Can't be a dorsal because it's not on his back, right? It looks so good with the purple glaze just over that Payne's gray. It added just what he needed. So, in making a decision on his scales, these plates down the back of his neck, maybe I'll try adding the gold like in his wings and maybe tie it in. See if we end up putting a little purple glaze on that, if that doesn't fix it. Okay, okay. Your therapist suggested you take a break by hanging up on you? That's very forceful. But, you know, I guess... Yeah, that kind of separates it a little bit, but it gets a little bit, size of the brush gets a little bit onto his neck. So I'm not sure I like that. So let me just see about breaking up the color with a little more red. Yeah. All right. He's working it up here. We got it. We got it. Okay, now I can hang with that. Now that overbrushing of the mother lode, just to recapture those around the neck with that cold color. And again, back with my filbert. Okay, that works. Got him right back. See those little neck plates. Yep. I think black pin lining is probably What do you speak of, Midnight, my dear? That's kind of what I thought too, Dave. It's like, wow, you know. So I think pin lining is probably going to be what solves the problem with these plates, and we're probably going to have to, it is such a strong, like it's really strong, that I think a little bit of really dark pin lining will help. There we go. Well, this is under his butt. Like, we're really not going to see that. He sits on it. But I just kind of wanted to tie it in as I'm looking at him. I like this one here. We'll make sure I like those on the belly. Coming around the neck. He might need us to kind of pick that same idea up over here. And just, you know, for the sake of a little bit, kind of get a couple of little highlights in there just to... give him more dimension. We're going to have to fix that. But that's not, that thing under his chin is not staying that way, just to let you know. Yep. Well, hello, Higzilla. Long time no see. Thank you. Right, Dave? I have to agree with everybody. That was kind of powerful. In maybe not the so positive way. When I highlight the teeth, I always make sure that I get the big ones, but then on the little ones, I'll just pick and choose a little area. So that they kind of look like they're staggering. Darker ones going back, brighter ones coming forward. Gotta get in here and get these guys with their base coat on. We're gonna be painting those the color of the claws and nails and things. Claws and horns is what I meant to say. Don't worry that it went over. It doesn't really matter because you're gonna come back and paint the part that is, I don't even know what we would call this part. I mean, you can't call it a waddle because it's not really hanging down. You can't really call it a dorsal because it's not, you know, on his back, but what are these called? Lizards have these. Anybody. What is this thing called? Right here, underneath his chin. Oh, you know, there's been a lot of people really busy over the holidays, so I totally get it, Higzilla. I'm going to try pin lining. First of all, I'm going to try with the pins. See if it's dark enough. Geek, can you change the Pretzel Rocks channel?
Yep.
I finally heard it enough. I'm done. So it's close to dark enough. I got to kind of really get in here and layer the back sides because you can see them. It's close though. It's close. It's not quite the same as black, but I'm trying honestly to avoid the black so I can get these complementary colors in here. And I feel like it's working. It's starting to separate from his body. I'm starting to tie in with the wings. David's saying, hi, Geek.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, Midnight Terror, my dear. I actually do not know, but I would be willing to bet you that Dave probably does. Because he also has quite a few of the Reaper minis. So did it just die?
What?
The Pretzel Rocks.
No. Seems to station. Couldn't find any.
All right, now we're gonna try green. I want it to be too crazy shocking. Black, green, transparent green. I think it came in Reaper 4. Maybe that's what we needed, with some transparent green. Yep, that's it. That did it. Yep. Okay. Now we're getting where we need to be. So that was a thing. The color balance, sometimes you have to chase it. You can, one of the things I recommend to a lot of people is that you go online and consider getting a piece of reference art. Even if it's something that is like somebody else's painting or something like that, but get a piece of reference art, and then you won't struggle with that. Because you'll have your reference. In my case, I struggled with it because I didn't have a reference, but a lot of times I don't go with the reference. I just go with what I feel is going to be right. And sometimes that doesn't work out, and I've got to go back and do it again and again. I mean, I'm having a little bit of a crazy thing. Good night, Darren. Thank you so much for popping in. Okay, better. Check it out. Still not sure that I like the lavender on the skin of the belly, but it doesn't have the depth without. I mean, I could go in with a little bit of the green and kind of like tie it in, like I did the back there. That looks pretty good with a little bit of teal added. I like it. I like dragons to be a little more colorful, I think that once we put the wings on, we can get like the dynamics of the whole thing built, and it'll definitely make more sense. Sometimes when they're broke up, like we still have to come in and like, highlight the horns, but the focal point, which is going to be, so the object was to get the focal point, the head, the neck, and frame it with the wings. And I honestly feel like we really did that. I still feel like the metallic on the body is a little bit too strong. So I may go back and wash that out. I like the highlight idea. I just don't know if the mother lode, the mother lode is a little bit stronger than what it looks like on the label. So you see, I feel like, I'm not sure, but I think a wash will solve it, just to bring the tones down a little bit on the body. I do definitely like the way the wings fit into it. I do like the way the head and the neck and everything come together. It's really this arm and maybe this color of skin on the belly. I might come back and maybe do like more of a creamy tan or something like that. But what I am going to do is call it a night. And I feel like we have definitely come a long way. We've got the wings pretty much done, except for the very last highlight. I also feel like by using that on his body, I know I may not want to use that as the final highlight on the wings. So that's just a thought too. So, let me put my little specially made cap back on. I'm thinking maybe coming in and I'll see. I'm gonna try a glaze. When I'm sitting here by myself, I will contemplate it in the morning with a cup of coffee, and then I will determine. But I definitely like the dark red and black body. Like, I'm really happy with that. I love the greens and the purples and the shadows. I'm really happy with that. I just don't feel like I want this belly, and I don't feel like I want this intensity of highlight. I'm definitely going to come back and hit it for sure with the red ink to bring those tones down. And then we'll decide what we're going to do about that. They might actually work out. Who knows? Let's just give that a try. Well, hello, Daka Flacca. Welcome, welcome. Let me try something really quick before I leave. Nope. That will definitely not solve my problem. And it gets too much in the recesses. So oh, I loved having you here, Cthulhu Art. Thank you so much for showing up. I really appreciate. Oh yeah, that's not going to work either. I really appreciate it. I'm going to find the cure for you guys that get excited and over metallic. Usually not what I do, but you know, I just, once I put it all together, I'm not sure that I like the way it looked in my head basically is kind of not the way that it looked when we got it all put together. Yes, and I love it, Dave. I absolutely love it. But right now, at the point that I'm at, that is definitely going to get it in all the recesses. And what I don't want to lose is I don't want to lose the recesses and the shadow that I have in the recesses. But when you use an airbrush, it gets into all the little recesses in the cracks. So it's definitely going to have to be something that's going to be like an overtone kind of a thing, so that I can keep all of the colors that I like that are in the shadows and just pull up the top areas. I really am a fan of airbrushing inks. What are you up to this evening, Daka Flacca? Cthulhu, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And we'll be in touch. It might, but it also might get in the recesses. And I really like the dark recesses. It's just that top glow. That mother lode is just too, I wanted it to be a colder color, but it's just so crazy. Yeah, I might need to actually just wash it with a brown. Yeah, I know, right? There comes that point. There comes that point where you have to just back away from it and go. I actually did that last night. I've been working on this piece that is part of a challenge.
Right?
No, something is wrong with that shoulder. It's that shoulder. It's okay. Okay. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. But I'll have more clarity, Dave, when I come back to it tomorrow. I will remember the part about because I used the red tone in some areas and I liked that. So maybe if I come back with like I don't know, maybe the purple tone will do it. I don't know. But I definitely think that maybe a flesh tone might cure the problem. Just calm the silver down. It's just there's a little bit too much silver in that one for me. A little bit too much silver. Well, you guys know who we're gonna go raid, right? Because I haven't been able to raid them in like forever.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you know who we're going to raid. 69! No. Somebody who raided me twice back to back when I came back streaming. The fam, the bam. You got it, Blade Mark. You got it. Not that Rainer is not the fam, the bam, but we're talking, you know, the wifey. But I cannot stay. Let's see. You know, though, Midnight, when you back the airbrush up too much, the particles dry as they float, as they go through the air, they dry, and it creates almost like lint. It's one of the things I tell people to do. You can't hold an airbrush too close, but you have to be careful how far away you go, because as it atomizes, it dries the particles, and those particles end up looking like lint on your project, and it's terribly attractive. Okay, you tried. No, I gotta go see Rainer. I'm not gonna be able to stay, you guys. Something's going on with my shoulder, and it's been popping in and out lately. I've been doing some therapy on it, and so it's being a little bit cranky. And I've got to jump in a shower and get a salad. Life on Mars. Hold on. Hang on, Dave. I need my white pen. Hold on. That's turbo. That's turbo, right, Dave? What? Okay, hang on. Nope. Never mind. I don't even need my white one because we have a sticky note right here. Okay, hang on. If I could get away with an overbrush, I almost feel like that would be the best, just because I get to keep all my recesses. Life on Mars. Now I used the thing is that the metallic, though, I had the red rum when we first started, and the red rum had too much coppery gold in it too, and it looked silly. I felt like the whole thing just looked coppery gold. That's why I was thinking about going in and just dulling that down and seeing if I could keep it as a highlight but get a dark enough wash over it where it still made sense. What about inks or washes? Like something kind of like an undertone, right? So if we washed it with something dark, it would keep my recesses dark, but it would dull down the intensity. That's why I was thinking something kind of maybe brownish might work. Oh no. Oh, Mohawk. I love you so much. We're just getting ready to raid Studio J. I love you. Oh my gosh, I missed you. Hi, Dots and Des. We've been painting a dragon today. How are things? Okay, Wavy, thank you so much. Yes, we'll do a combined raid. This is what I was working on. I'm fixing this side. I kind of screwed up the light side, but the dark side's holding pretty good. Here's his wings. Raid train, exactly. So we are gonna go raid right now. Studio J7. Oh, Mohawk Miniatures, thank you so much for the raid. And if I was gonna stay late, yes, but I can't. My shoulder's given out. We've been doing some therapy on it, and it pops in and out of socket. It's done for the night. It says no more. That's it. That's what I get. All right, let's do this, geek. Let's do this.
Becoming raid, outgoing captain.
I will see you guys. Are we done? I will see you guys on Technical Tuesday. Between now and then, remember your brushes, your paints, your minis, and get your fucking paint on. And I love you. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the subs. And you guys, most of all, thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping me build the Patreon. I wanted to kind of share with you some of the stuff we're going to be doing in the Patreon today. So I just want you guys to know I super appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are what keeps the dream alive and the boat afloat and the inspiration going. I will see you guys on Technical Tuesday. Be good, but not too good. Let's go see Jay and give him some love.